Okay, what does YES spell?
Yes.
What does EYES spell?
Yes.
What does EYES spell?
Yes.
What does YES spell?
Yes.
What does EYES spell?
Ease. AS. You're making me.
I can't breathe. Okay.
EYES. ES. What?
EYES.
EYE. Eyes.
Oi, this is a concrete, I guess. In the hotel lobby, we had our first notable interaction with a local, Greg the receptionist. We had a smooth check-in experience, in which Greg explained to us where to park, while showing us a picture of the exact place we'd parked with a huge red X over it. Greg warmly explained the ins and outs of the hotel, gave us a few restaurant recommendations in the area, and let us know that he would always be here for us if we needed him.
I have recently found a way to extend combos so much that it almost doubles your damage. So if you're still doing combos like this, let me help you out, because we could do so much more. So before we get started, I actually want to shout out Voxel from an extra action called a chain action. So an example of a combo that actually uses all your rush chain actions will look like this. As you can see towards the end of that combo, it drops because there's a roller in the game where if you use the same rush chain twice in one combo, it's going to drop. So let's just say I tried to use the flying kick chain twice, which is the overhead. It's going to look something like this. As you can see, it's going to immediately drop. So now that we understand that, let's move on to counters, because this is an extremely important part of the tech. By now, majority of you probably know that there's no such thing as a true combo in this game, because there's always some type of counter you can use, whether it's Z counter, super counter, revenge counter. Don't use revenge counter, that's trash. If you're using revenge counter and we're already past like week 1.5, I don't know what to tell you. If you haven't heard it from there, you're gonna hear now. Stop using that, it's trash. Don't be that guy to use revenge counter. You use the other ones. The reason I'm even explaining the type of counters you can use is because this tech is actually one of the best ways to deal with counters in the game. This tech is going to change the way the game is played because this is the most optimal way to go about extending your combos. Later down the line, you're going to see more high level players, more pro level players start to abuse this because it gives you access to more damage, better routing, better mix-up potential, better reset points, and most importantly, it actually is the best counterplay to Z and super counter, which by the way are the most important mechanics in the game. I know that took a second, but understanding how rush attacks and how rush chains work and the type of counters that can be used against it is... But as you guys can see, when you do these type of launchers, the game wants you to follow up by doing your character starts your key charge animation. I messed it up right there. But the timing of when you're actually going to get behind the opponent will change every single time you do this, making this a lot harder for the opponent to actually consistently get a counter off, right? The second reason this is good is because you get access to way more damage. Check this combo out. So as you can see, you get access to way harder combo. Threw a super on there, combine like 30k plus counter with an entire new combo.
Game. Mashing does not help you escape grabs any faster, but if your opponent decides to pummel, you can break out of the grab by pressing or just holding the right button, either attack or special, depending on which option your opponent chose. So every pummel is a 50-50 risk. And no, holding both attack and special will not work. Like most other platform fighters, every character in Rivals has 4 specials, but what makes Rivals stand out are the different elements and the complexity of some of the specials. They often have synergies with other attacks and let you play the game in a lot of different ways. Zeta burns fire, powers up his smashes, Crag changes the terrain, and Maple Seed interacts with other specials. In Rivals 2 you have invincible rolls, spot dodges, and a directional air dodge. You can act after air dodging, but you can only use it a single time until you land again or grab the ledge. Even getting hit will not give you your air dodge back. Wave dashing is not just possible, but is a very good movement option. You can wave land on platforms, wave dash off edges, and even ledge dash onto the stage. It is done by simply air dodging into the ground, but for maximum distance you can just air dodge all the way horizontally. With the right timing you will get a wave dash, unlike in Smash games where you only get a horizontal air dodge. Another cool movement tool from Melee, unlike in Smash games where you only get a horizontal. The right timing you will get a wave dash, unlike in Smash games where you only get a horizontal air dodge. Another cool movement tool from Melee that is also in Rivals 2 is moonwalking. It's done by dashing into one direction before quickly inputting a half circle backwards to get a lot of reverse momentum. I already mentioned ledges. Yes, there are ledges to hold on to, which is a big change from Rivals 1, which did not have ledges. You can hang on the ledge indefinitely, and when grabbing it you get some invincibility for the first and second ledge grab, but not for the third or consecutive times. There is no trumping, which means that you can ledge hog your opponent, steal the ledge away from them. You have all the classic ledge get up options: regular, roll, the ledge away. There is no trumping, which means that you can ledge hog, but not for the third or you get some invincibility for the first and second ledge grab, but not for the third or consecutive times. There is no trumping, which means that you can ledge hog your opponent, steal the ledge away from them. You have all the classic ledge get up options: regular, roll, jump, and attack, plus something that was never in Smash, a special ledge attack. These often make use of a character's unique element and can be very powerful, but are also more punishable. Similarly, when lying on the ground, you have the classic options of regular get up, roll, get up attack, and playing dead, or the newly added special get-up attack, again making use of the character's various unique abilities. When falling to the ground, you can neutral tech or tech roll, but if you don't, your opponent has a chance to jab lock you. One jab lock forces a get-up, but you can choose between neutral get-up and roll, and two jab locks always force a neutral get-up. Funnily, in this pre-alpha build of the game, you can press taunt in the air to force a tumble state and fall to the ground. Now, this may only be a tool for devs and creators to test teching and get-up options, but we'll see if it stays in the game for future builds as well. It is definitely funny to use and gives you access to the cool new special get-up attacks. You can wall jump in Rivals 2 by simply holding towards a wall and pressing jump. In the first game, you could wall jump even after up specials, so while being in free fall, but that is not possible in the new game. Oh, and a really big mechanic that is unique to Rivals and still exists in Rivals 2 is hit falling. This tech allows you to cancel your upwards momentum into a fast fall while hitting an attack by just pushing down in the right moment. It allows for really quick movement, gives you new combos, and is a very strong tool in high level play. It doesn't work when hitting shields though. Hit falling is hard to make good use of, so if you're a beginner, you probably shouldn't pay too much attention to it at first. We are definitely very excited for Rivals 2 and hope that many more people join the hype. The development team themselves are old school Smash players and have always been really community oriented. They also put in.
Here are some tips and tricks to recover in Rivals 2. Use air dodges as part of your recovery because they have hardly any lag in this game. If you can't quite reach the ledge, hold the jump button right before you hit a wall to wall jump and gain extra height. If you're ever in a tough situation with Crag because you've recently spawned a pillar and you can't make another one, there's a trick you can do to gain a little bit extra distance. Start a side B and immediately press the shield button. As Rano, if you ever get hit so far that you can't make it back with a regular up B, use down B to create a bubble and place it below you diagonally. Then use side B to shoot your tongue at it and gain extra distance. Subscribe for more Rivals 2 tutorials. Here are some tips and tricks to
game. Mashing does not help you escape grabs any faster, but if your opponent decides to pummel, you can break out of the grab by pressing or just holding the right button, either attack or special, depending on which option your opponent chose. So every pummel is a 50-50 risk. And no, holding both attack and special will not work. Like most other platform fighters, every character in Rivals has 4 specials, but what makes Rivals stand out are the different elements and the complexity of some of the specials. They often have synergies with other attacks and let you play the game in a lot of different ways. Zeta burns fire, powers up his smashes, Crag changes the terrain, and Maple Seed interacts with other specials. In Rivals 2 you have invincible rolls, spot dodges, and a directional air dodge. You can act after air dodging, but you can only use it as single as possible, but is a very good movement option. Wave dashing is not just possible, but is a very good movement option. You can wave land on platforms, wave dash off edges, and even ledge dash onto the stage. It is done by simply air dodging into the ground, but for maximum distance you can just air dodge all the way horizontally.
Jump, side, shield. Jump, side, shield.
With the right timing, you will get a wave dash, unlike in
Is that blue smoke the thing? The wave dash? It is, huh? Kinda hard to do. What does this do? What is this good for?
Smash games where you only get a horizontal air dodge. Another cool movement tool from Melee that is also in Rivals 2 is moonwalking. It's done by dashing into one direction before quickly inputting a half circle.
Oh, that's how you moonwalk. Okay. I was wondering how to do that. That's cool. I like that. The moonwalking's sick. Oh damn, when you said you were learning, you're not kidding? Yeah. Did want to learn. Pretty serious gamer. But I'm also really bad at platformers. It's like ground up for sure. Platformers are like new genre to me, kinda. Like, not really. Like, I played a tiny, itty bitty, tiny amount of Smash on Wii. I had a Brawlhalla period for a couple months. That's pretty much it, though. Am I able to... Okay, so there's only a small window for me to actually do it. It has to be at the start of a roll. The start of a run I'm in. Like, the way I think the moonwalking works is based off not the baby jumps or the baby taps, but I mean the this animation. Like, I think it just goes the same distance as that animation right there when it's not a baby dash, except in the moonwalking direction. So I can't hold the buttons for longer than that period of time in which that animation would finish. Now, wave dashing is something I need to practice. I don't know what it's good for, though. Like, because isn't baby dashing like the same thing as wave dashing? Jump. Like, do I get freed up faster? Is that what that's good for? Do I get more distance than a baby dash? Yeah, Rivals 1 music was really good. I think I still missed some of the tracks. This one's really good though, too. This song playing. Jump, direction shift. Jump, direction shift. I gotta look up, what is wave dashing for? Like, why would I wave dash? Because if I do it from here... Yeah, I went here. Same as a baby dash. Like, the baby dash gets me the same distance. Except wave dashing is easier to do, I would say. Not even. I feel like the other one's easier to do, baby dashing. Is there a pro I can ask? Sonic Rivals 2. Not what I wanted.
First he did get pissed and win.
That's what it looked like, Blue. He just fucked
I think he was
everybody.
playing fun characters and he got pissed.
Yeah.
Somebody answer that noob.
Wave dashing is kind of just used for movement. For whatever reason you want to move backwards. Spacing traps. Get out of shield.
You can keep facing the same direction, which is helpful. Ah, okay.
crazy. You know what I tried to do? Shield grab down throw. He had so much stun the shield grab didn't come out.
Oh, yeah, I see.
That's fucking moronic. Oh! If I die here, I don't know if I ever gonna. That is fucking stupid, dude.
This is the same thing to me.
Fucking stupid. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ.
I want to see how much they wave dash. I think they wave dash constantly though. Or for the most part. I guess not constantly, but the amount. I'm gonna actually get a copyright strike on my YouTube if there's music playing. I don't know how to split the audio on YouTube. It's gonna be weird to get used to on keyboard because I have to push spacebar first. Spacebar, movement, and then shift. Which is kind of weird, button-wise. Button order-wise, really. Also, I can't hold shift either on accident, can I? Or I guess I can. Doesn't matter too much. Then I can keep my direction while wave dashing. Okay, so if I want to stay looking left and I wave dash right, I keep my direction, right? Oh shit, I do. Okay, I see. So that's why it's so good. See, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was why wave dashing was so insane. Damn. I really gotta get my hand into like pushing those buttons, man. Same with the short hops. I need to get better with the short hops too. Like throughout games. I keep doing long hops when I want to do a short hop. I hope they have, like, I hope they make or have, like, a good training mode. With some, like, custom shit on it. Where it's just, like, custom training things, you know? Like, I think the last one did. Wait, I can do a movement first? The spacebar doesn't have to be first? I thought the spacebar had to be first in order for it to work. Just hold on. Wait, if I don't do the spacebar first, my character direction changes, huh? Okay, so it does need to be spacebar first. It absolutely just needs to be spacebar first. It's okay, chat. I played Guns the Duel. Alright? I can do this. If I can play guns, I can play any game. Alright? Although, I can't really play guns. I'm like average. I'm like above average, if anything. If anything. If I can be above average at guns, though, I can be good at any game. Is there like a stage that's just... Is there like a training stage with no follow-up? Oops. All the maps feel so tiny to me. Am I able to get a wait, no. I was gonna say baby wave dash, but I think it's the same distance, right? Already. As a baby dash? Or no, it's kind of far. Am I able to get a baby dash version of a wave dash? Does that exist too? Yeah, I don't think baby wave dashes exist, right?
Oh shit! Oh shit! About a little guy who lives in the blue world. It's just
Something like that.
get him, man!
Did he get up attack with a rock?
I think so.
Okay, so this guy said there are baby wave dashes.
Oh, angles? Where? My God. Oh, oh, oh. No. Oh, what the fuck?
I think I just did a baby wave dash. I think that's it, right?
Oh fuck, I tried so hard.
Like that right there? Is that it?
I could get. I lose one game to every crab. I figure them out and they're all fucking idiots.
I lose 27 games every time. I figure him out.
Might be your bad man.
You're on 25 right now. See me in 2 more games. Why don't you just play crack like a day?
Yo, yeah, appreciate the raid. I'm just kind of training right now, though. I am learning how to wave dash for the first time. I am doing baby's first wave dash. It's pretty bad. Yeah, platform fighter is kind of hard. Like, they seem easy, but the skill floor is definitely kind of low. compared to like learning Street Fighter. But the skill ceiling, man, it's fucking hard. Rust Down Revolt? I don't know what that is. Is that a game? Three months ago? 3 years ago? Looks pretty cool already. But where are the furry characters? Yeah, it's free to play. It looks pretty sick. Watch the combo guide. You can cancel any move in this game into something else. It's kind of crazy. Definitely looks a little crazy. When are we getting another Bloody Roar? I want it, and I want it now. Bro, I guarantee you there's like a wave dashing site to where I can just push these keys in and it'll tell me if I wave dash or not. I guarantee you that exists. Is there a wave dashing site? Am I wrong? Would have been cool. Someone should make one. I'm getting a little bit down. My character's position should never be changing, right? When I'm wave dashing. Like, if I fuck up, my character would turn, right? So I don't think my character's ever supposed to, like, turn when I wave dash, right? Have you not tried Rivals yet? Demo's free. Yeah, Rivals one is pretty sick. How do you feel about the game so far? Haven't played it yet, don't know what to expect. It's good. It's definitely a good competitive game. It's a lot of fun. Has definitely good mechanics in the game. I'm not really a platform brawler type of person, as in like, I don't really play him a lot, so when it comes to like the high-end play of the game, like I don't know how it really plays out because I'm just not there. But the gameplay of the characters are extremely solid and fun to play. And it's guaranteed this game's gonna get constant updates and some love put into it. So it's worth checking out for that aspect alone, because the game is being developed by people who care about the game and care about the competitive integrity of the game. So for that alone, you know, it's worth checking out. Along with just everything being like earnable in game, like cosmetics, yada yada. Try to use moves and see what actions you can do after the dashes. It's the same as baby stepping. For sure. Like, wave dashing does the same thing baby dashing does. In terms of just, you know, gives me distance on, like, my shit. Wave dashing would be the other alternative for more distance, too, if I didn't want to baby dash. But I think the main reason why the wave dashing was so good was because I can keep the direction. I think that's the main concept of wave dashing here. Like, I think that's like the biggest utility, is being able to keep your direction while, like, you know, going the other way. It's just really good bait. I think that's mainly what wave dashing is for in this game, at least. But I don't know if there's more. If there's more I can, like, do with it. Well, I mean, me being able to attack faster too. Like, it's the same as a baby dash. Like, if I baby dash, I can attack right away. It's not really allowing me to attack faster. It allows me to attack faster on longer range though, I guess. Because if I go in the animation... Actually, no. It probably does free me up a little bit more too. It might be freeing me up a little bit sooner. It's starting to feel a lot better to push now. Starting to get the rhythm of it. Welcome, Minu. Wave landing, wave dashing, dash dancing, shield dropping.
Simply tap your control stick all the way to the left or to the right. You can also cancel dash with another dash, allowing you to dash dance by simply tapping the control stick from side to side quickly. While this is a very easy technique, it's very important for some characters to completely master their dash dance. You'll find characters with bad dashes don't go very far at all. Jumping, then immediately after leaving the ground, air dodging down at an angle. This will cause your character to slide across the ground, and the best part is, you're completely actionable. You don't have to go for frame perfection yet, but that is something you will work towards with consistent practice. Once again, start by jumping, then almost immediately air dodging down at an angle. Characters' jump squats will slightly wave dashes, and characters like Luigi and Ice Climbers having very long ones. If you find you're jumping off the ground and then air dodging, you're doing the inputs too slowly and will need to air dodge more shallow angles to alter the length of your wave dash. Shallow angles will lengthen your wave dash, and steeper angles will shorten. Some characters, like Captain Falcon, will benefit significantly from learning to maximize.
Damn, so in Smash, your angle of your stick matters? Is that what I'm getting at here? For distance of your wave dash in Smash? Is that a thing?
With short wave dashes. Sometimes a few pixels can make all the difference between whiffing and getting the hit. Once you have a good grasp of wave dash angles and can hit your wave dashes consistently, practice hitting those frame 1 wave dashes. The timing is dodging attacks and getting punished.
Damn. It's not in this game though. I was just wondering if that was a thing in Smash. I was watching a Smash video, is why. I was just curious about the mechanic. I don't know. And also, like, Smash was how many years ago? Without really any patches or anything, or content, or new characters, so... You know, no balance changes or anything, so... I'm okay with something else taking the original from it, you know what I mean? For a more consistently updated game. Oh, yeah, there's like an up special, I guess. Oh, fuck.
Acceptable.
I haven't tried this. Yo, can I grab the wall? How do I grab the wall? Okay, that's my ledge special, okay. And then I have like... Okay, I've never seen those two moves yet. Those are my... That's my get up special and my wall jump special, I guess. I haven't seen those though. And also, it doesn't really surprise me since like most of the team that actually worked on Rivals, you know, played a shit ton of Smash, so. For sure. Wait. Skirter's not a wolf though, right? Isn't that just a skin? This is like Yin, no? Is this guy a hyena? He doesn't look like no wolf. Tap jump and wave dashing is worse than button jump wave dashing. Tap. I cannot process what you just said to me. Tap jump wave dashing is worse than button jump wave dash. Isn't tapping and button like the same thing? Using tap jump to wave dash instead of pressing a button. You don't use a button to jump. Using up to jump? Wait, using tap? Okay. Okay. You mean like actually like holding up, right? Wait, are you just saying that you're using like you go up and then down in the direction you want to wave dash? Alright, I'm dumb, chat. I don't understand. Is there a video? Are you saying that you use, like, the jump key on your, like, WASD? Is that what you're saying? Okay, no. No jump key.
Wave dashing is a technique that can make your movement less predictable. It is performed by jumping and immediately air dodging into the ground. Doing this fast enough will make your air dodge momentum carry over by sliding you across the stage. Wave dashing is a technique that can make your movement less predictable. It is performed by jumping and immediately air dodging into the ground. Doing this fast enough will make your air dodge momentum carry over by sliding you across the stage. This can be useful to put your character into certain ranges and positions.
Are you saying I should diagonal during the jump? Jump, diagonal, shift? Okay, so that's how I get the baby dash inputs, I think. It's a little bit weird for me just because I'm on keyboard. But once I get it down, you know, it's gonna be like very consistent on keyboard. I'm doing it there now. I'm just doing the baby wave dash version. I'm not sure if how do if I can get a longer dash version. Seems like that's the way for the baby dash version. But I mean, it's probably spammable too, so I mean. That was faster.
Positions that you normally could not reach by just running or walking. Unlike dash dancing, wave dashing keeps you faced the same direction as you originally started, and allows you to use moves that dash dancing doesn't, like tilts and special moves. While you can't—
Oh, what's a tilt in this game? What's a tilt in fighting game, in whatever, in platformers is what I was gonna say. What's a
dash
tilt?
from a defensive position, you can wave dash out of shield, giving—
Because a tilt in Naruto is literally me tilting the stick and doing an attack. Lightly hold to the stick. Okay. I'm playing on keyboard, so like I already got so many keys I'm pushing, man. All my fingers are occupied. Don't tell me I need another one. I guess I don't really need walk setup. Kind of feel like I do need walk setup. I don't know. No, I don't need walk, actually. I don't need walk. I feel like it's good for turning my character if I ever just want to, like, turn. I mean, I would debate using... The thing is, like, concepts that are like this, to where I have to do things like baby dashing, for instance, you know, like doing a light tap of one frame in order to get like a tiny dash. For one frame inputs on like anything, I want to use a mechanical keyboard, man. I just want to use a mechanical keyboard for that shit. I want my click and my actuation point to be 0.1. I want to be able to go into my keyboard, set my actuation point, and have it go off the literal moment that that button is pushed, like 0.1. Like right when that shit is pushed down even slightly, man. I don't know how things got reset here. I think my keyboard's been bugging out. Everything's been getting reset. That won't happen depending on the game? What do you mean? Yeah, but back in my day, when I played Guns the Duel, man, animation canceling, like there was a delay, yes, but I mean your inputs had to be frame perfect. Even games like Apex, like animation canceling, gotta be fast on the keys. For the old like shotgun shit, it used to work the same in so there was a bug in Apex with the Peacekeeper. I'm not sure if you remember, but back in the day you used to be able to run double Peacekeeper, and if you shot, reloaded, swapped, shot, reloaded, swapped, you would fire twice as fast with the shotgun. She was broke. Oh, it's not as tight here. Yeah, but still, like the concept still, like anything to where I just like I need a 1-frame input in general, or like just like these taps right here. Like I do not want to do this on controller. I do not want to have to do this movement on a controller. That is just not sound fun to me. Now with WASD on my keyboard, hell yeah, I'm down. On a controller, nah. Nah, I ain't doing this. Ain't no way. I think the baby dash is just easier to do. I feel like it is. Like, I feel like that throws people off sometimes when you just, like... Yeah. And, like, 2 in succession... Like, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, it is just a wave dash. The baby dashing just seems like an easier wave dash, really. You can cancel an action out of a wave dash, so there's no play regardless of distance, that's all. Also, my controller's broken. I was playing DBZ Sparking 0, and my R1 key broke. And it's because I'm doing this, like, literally every game when I'm playing Sparking 0. Like, this is every game of Sparking 0, I swear to God. And me every time, like when I do those R1s, man, in this game. Oh shit, so loud. When I'm doing the R1s in this game, I'm putting my whole arm into it, man. When I R1, like I create a rhythm, you know what I mean? Like jabbing my arm to the side, R1, R1, R1. Because if you get into rhythm into it, like body-wise, it's easier. So I'm like, I'm putting some power in that R1, man. That shit was so funny, though. We went both from full mode sparking all the way to fully out of key on that. And what's funny is, like, dude, after doing all this, after going both sparking to sparking, because we had no key. Now we have full key. We have full key on 2 bars right now. We have full sparking, and then we have full key afterward. So we went through this whole cycle. We burned out through sparking, and we used all of our key here. And then we did all of that, and since I have no key right now, I can't dash in on him. And since he gets stopped by the mountain here, he gets recovery frames faster, so he's able to match my HAL with his own HAL. So the cycle begins all over again because I couldn't dash in on him. It's just so fucking funny, man. Yeah, my R1 key's broken. Absolutely just destroyed after DBZ. There are ways to play, like, there are ways for me to stop that engagement, though. Like, I could have instead pushed circle to end my combo and throw him into the ground, which would have bought me maybe some more time. It kind of depends on how he would land on the ground. That wouldn't be the decision maker if I could go into another HAL, or if I'd have to play aggressive in order to stop him from, like, doing his shit again. Like, you don't have to play the Vanish War. Like, you can be the ender of the Vanish War and try to play the key game a little bit, but, yeah. That shit goes on for a while. That shit's funny. Like, I personally, when I'm playing DBZ, I feel like it's better to just end the finisher with a circle instead of just trying to continue the Vanish War, or give them an opportunity to vanish another attack and go into the Vanish War again. Now, should I be learning this baby wave dash that I'm doing with the regular dash? Or should I be trying to get myself faster on the baby dashes, you think? The baby wave dashes. Definitely looks like I'm going to be incorporating both for sure. But yeah, to me, platformers though, the way I look at it, as a scrub, but also someone who likes competitive games, you know? Like, keyboard just looks more enticing to me. But if we're talking about like a fighting game, like Street Fighter, like I want to learn that shit on stick every time. Platformers, though, I think I'm a keyboard person. Arena fighters? Yeah, I have like my typical... like, weapon of choice for a whole bunch of different type of games. Like MMOs. If I'm playing in an MMORPG, I'm rocking the Razor Naga. If I'm playing an arena fighter like Naruto Storm, Dragon Ball Z, gamepad. If I'm playing a platformer, I think I prefer keyboard mouse. And then if I'm playing an actual fighting game, then I like arcade stick. FPS, obviously, just first-person shooter mouse. Okay, so if I push shift before the movement direction, I think it still goes out. I was scared about inputting the shift ahead of time, but I think it's okay. Unless I'm wrong. I think I am wrong. Oh, let me make sure I'm wrong. Okay, I'm definitely pushing shift first before movement key and it's working. Oh yeah. The MMO mouse though is needed, man. I keep telling Alien to get one. He needs to open his eyes to the true power of the Razor Naga. The only way to actually play WoW. This man didn't grow up with Swifty and it really shows. Alright. He didn't have a Swifty figure in his life. For real. MMO mouse? I don't know, it's like a secondary... Like, if there was a most important peripheral in terms of, like, just anything, like another... If you ever have another keyboard, another mouse, I don't know what the fuck. Besides your standard, you know, simple items of, like, a mouse, keyboard, gamepad, you know. I feel like MMO mouse is the other must-have, besides, you know, maybe having a gamepad, too. Everyone just needs an MMO mouse. They're too good for just all kinds of different shit. There's eventually gonna be a game to where you could just make so much use out of that MMO mouse. Even a game like Baldur's Gate 3, like if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3, you could just have everything quick slotted. It's beautiful. Look, I'm doing it, chat. I'm doing it. Until I didn't do it. I was doing it until I didn't do it. Who, Frostborn? I could bind him too. Locks it out? Okay. A little bit of a chubby chaser. I see, I see. They are pretty nice. Oh my god, that reminds me of the alligator character in Brawl. He looks sick. Flower Wolf. Oh, was that... That was a Aether 1, right? I don't think I got to try him or see him. He's coming back after launch? Ooh. Yeah, I'm on keyboard, Andy. Fleet is really sick. I feel like that's who I should honestly be maining. Like, it absolutely seems like my kind of character. Poking people from afar, too. It's definitely the character I want to learn next. Frostburn just looks cool, though. So it's like... I always like the deceptive characters a lot too, along with like the poking characters like her Fleet. Those are my two favorite: deceptive and like long range poke kiting shit. My two archetypes, my two favorite archetypes, I'd say. Fleet has a good voice actor too, and just nice model and everything. Very sick moves too. On top of that, seems like she just has like an insane kit, insanely like good kit, good fun kit. Millia was a lot of fun. I feel like I was really getting good with her too. I actually feel like I was starting to get really good with Millia. But then Sin came out, and that was my boy. Especially with the mod for him from Tokyo After School Summoner. For, I forgot his name. I think it's Seb in the game. But the mod that lets you play as like, oh, Seth. I think it's Seth. My beautiful. Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw the one frame special shit. Look what you can do with Mabel, though. She looks fucking insane. can like remark as she like dashes in. Oh, I don't have it playing. This right here though. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. But I mean, it's only one frame, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. Like, I feel like it would get patched. Even if it's a one frame input, that's pretty ridiculous. Pretty absurd. It definitely looks unintentional. I don't know if they would keep it though. Or if they would like make it easier. They could make it easier, but they'd have to like lower shit, lower like how big it's hitting probably. 'Cause it is pretty ridiculous. For confirms at least. I kind of like when there's like one frame inputs though, sometimes. Like I really like when there's just like a certain timing involved and you have to push it within that time. If you fuck it up, if you're a frame off, like it's pretty hardcore. I'm a fan of the hardcore. Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching so many Korean shows lately. The Gyeongsang Creature is one of them. Parasite. The Gray. Those two shows are so fucking good, man. Parasite the Gray, though, legitimately peak. Actually peak show. It's one of the one rare times where I'm just like, that's straight up a 10 out of 10 show. I could not have made that better even if I tried. I don't think anyone could have. Definitely worth checking out. I think, isn't Parasite the Grey based off like an actual anime too? Isn't that like an adaptation? No, yeah, it totally is, because I saw the anime, like the first few episodes of the Parasite anime, and it was the same thing going on there. So I'm pretty sure they're the same. The live action one though, legitimately so good. It's on Netflix and it's actually top tier, like 10 out of 10. They killed it. I've been trying to learn some Korean in Duolingo. I'm not very far. When did the anime come out? Oh, you're saying the manga's old. 1989? Oh wait, is it? Damn, yeah, that is an old manga. That shit is wild though. The thing is, I have years and years and years of built up muscle memory of pushing my movement key before jumping. From like all these different games I've played on PC. And I keep doing it in this game too. I'm trying so hard not to. I try to push spacebar first, but man, everything I've learned before, bro. Just out the window when it comes to a platformer. I gotta push the jump first. Yeah, the manga, 1989 for sure. I want to see how fast someone can do this wave dashing. To see like how fast I could be going, you know what I mean? We do this a little bit longer, and then I'll start some matches though. Just wanted to get this down a little bit more because I've never practiced wave dashing before in my life. I thought this was wave dashing at first. To be honest, I thought this was just wave dashing. Or like when people did this, I don't know. The dash dancing? Like that? Something like that. Dashing and then a wave dash mixed in. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh. I didn't know that. So you just run in neutral shield. I didn't know that. Or I guess it doesn't need to be neutral. I just don't have, as long as I don't input again. That's what's making me dash. Is that supposed to happen? Is anyone playing on gamepad? Like when you shield and you let go of shield, is your character walking? Is that supposed to happen on gamepad too? If I shield and then instantly push a movement key and let go of shield. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's starting a walk animation. Maybe not instant. I don't know why he does that though. You see that? Because I'm not pushing a walk key or anything, and I'm on keyboard, so there's no possible way I should be walking, right? But sometimes my character just walks on the first input of direction. And I don't know if that's just a bug or what. It's timing. As in I'm like pushing too early. And I'm being punished for it. Or I guess if I just want to walk up. It could be intentional, you're right on that though. Because maybe I can... Hold on. Yeah, I think that's why. You see that? I was able to turn my character after shield. I think it's because of that. If you want to turn your character. I think, right? It feels like a turn your character type of thing. So you can like input early like that. Just to get a turnaround rather than like a baby dash or something. Or like wave dash. Or a jump. It seems like it's for that though. I don't know. It is 100% because I'm pushing too early though. And I was wondering if that was a bug, but it might be intentional. So you might be right on that. I think it happens during something else too. I think it's when I spawn in. Like if I spawn in. Acceptable. Right there, see I'm walking. Acceptable. Like is this supposed to be like that for you? Does that happen to you on gamepad? Any gamepadders here? Acceptable. Like if I input a direction right after it. I am walking here. I'm pushing walk right now. In one direction. But like, if I'm neutral here, I get an instant dash. It just seems like I was trying to figure out the moments when I walk and why I'm walking. Since I don't have auto walk on. And I don't know why these moments are happening. But I know it's because of two things now. When I respawn and I push a movement, I walk. And if I push a movement key too early here, I walk. Okay, let me just try and gamepad real quick. I'm curious if that happens on gamepad too. Even there, I just walked right there at the start of the game on gamepad, so that was weird. Yeah, okay. So it's from certain things that happen in the game that make your first input a walk instead. I was trying to figure that out. So it happens on gamepad too. That happened there too. So it's not just a keyboard thing. I wasn't sure if it was a bug with keyboard. But it's just like a thing that happens, I guess. I also got a walk input there, and I don't know why I got a walk input there. Those random walk inputs, though, are kind of annoying. Until I figure out, like, what is doing them, so I know. Is it from this? Wait. It is. Okay, so if I dash, too, I start a walk input instantly. If I ever shift, and if I ever respawn, I need to double tap a direction. Or just wait dash. Wave dashing is gonna be so important for this character too, because I saw people were using this attack like all the time. Like this attack's supposed to be really good, which requires me to always be like the opposite direction of them when I do this. can't even hit it. That was good damage. Can you rar in this? What do you mean? Oh, does anyone know how you equip taunts in this game? Because I have a taunt unlocked for this character. I just don't know how to equip it. I don't think I saw it anywhere. I got an emote. Is that on a skin? Oh. Death effects? Is it? Oh, yeah, death. Okay. This taunt, though? I don't know how to equip this. $50K. Oh fuck, I used my coin. No. I was trying to bring up the buy menu. I wanted to see like how much the price was on the shit. I didn't know I actually had the dollars. Fuck. So I think you can buy currency in this game. Right? But can't you buy aether bucks? Am I wrong? It's a smash turn, reverse aerial. Basically dash, turn around, jump before animations finish, back air. Yeah, probably. It's out in 6 days. And then I think there's gonna be a 2-day downtime. Let's see, what day does it come out? Like 2 or 3 days downtime. $23rd. Yeah, so 2 days. Not bad. Grab a drink real quick. Yeah, there's a lot of good games coming out. Like, finally, there's good games coming out. There's been so many good games recently. There's just more. It feels good, man. Like, DBZ was solid. Sounds Wilds? You bet 250 devs were laid off on Sparking Zero. Are you sure it wasn't everyone? Like, I don't think anyone's working on that game anymore. The DLC was probably already made, too. They ain't doing shit with it. Which one's Wilds? I gotta look it up. Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, yeah. There's no doggo. What's the point?
Hey guys, it's Paradise. For 9. There's many new fun additions for things
Wait,
you
what
can
is
do
that?
with your Palico, like playing with them in your camp and witnessing some pretty
That's cute.
interactions. This
That's
even
cute.
includes it playing a prank on you, which is just adorable. For number 10 though, well done steaks have been dramatically buffed, now restoring both maximum health and stamina, making them far more useful than previous titles. For number 11, fishing has been completely overhauled with brand new mechanics and animations, so you can now reel in fish, fight against them as you pull them closer to you through the water, and you no longer need to use bait but instead use different lures to attract different types of fish. For number 12, veterans will be happy to hear that paintballs are back with the Slinger Paint ammo, being just one of many new Slinger Pod ammo types that we've seen. The description is a bit vague, but after recent TGS gameplay, it looks like this functions as a sort of ping system, even working on the environment to signal to your team to come to a specific spot. Perhaps we can mark the monster with it too, in case your team are fighting the wrong monster somewhere else on the map. For number 13, we have a bunch of confirmed
I do like the ping being tied to the slingshot, kind of.
types to go over, and there's 11 so far that we know of. There's staples
Ooh.
like poison, paralysis, and
look cool.
stun, as well as various different elemental debuffs like water, fire, thunder, easier. This is just one of many quality of life up through the body dynamically when switching weapons, allowing that charms or talismans may also change dynamically when switching weapons, allowing for better hybrid skills. And for number 17, talking about armor, you can now filter armor sets by the monster, making going through the box to find what you want a bit easier. This is just
that
one
sounds
of
way
many
easier.
quality of life updates. For number 18, we also have unisex armor, which allows you to wear
Ooh.
any design of armor set, male or
I like
female, regardless of the gender of your hunter. so gone are the days where you have to sit there regretting your character creation choices when one armor set just looks better than the other.
That's cool.
And speaking of fashion, for
I
number
like unisex
19,
armor.
there is a cool feature where you're able to toggle the visual of your helmet and weapon off during cutscenes, and you can even hide your helmet during gameplay. This is becoming a staple in most gear-based games these days, so it's great to see this come to Monster Hunter. For number 20, fashion hunters will be glad to hear that layered armor is also something you unlock partway through the game, as opposed to being an end-game feature. This is like a full transmog system that allows you to have the appearance of one armor set and the stats of another. We're really looking forward to seeing all of the crazy outfits that people put together with this. And for number 21, it's good to know there is some legacy save rewards. Capcom have stated that anyone with a Monster Hunter World or Iceborne save on their system will get a special reward armor for their Palico in Monster Hunter Wilds. There's one for the base game of Monster Hunter World and for the Iceborne expansion, giving you both the baseline Palico set for their respective games. For number 22, let's talk about the UI and effect customizations. With so many options this time around in the menus, you can fine-tune your hunting experience by things. It seems kind of similar to the old temporal mount from Monster Hunter, a regular potion. For number 34 though, let's go over power clashes, because weapons that can guard can build up a hidden stat that once high enough will activate a power
that
clash.
looks cool.
When this happens, you mash the triangle
That's pretty
button to
sick.
overwhelm the monster in a sort of tug-of-war style quick time event to knock it over. And speaking of new types
Power
of
clash,
attacks, we
pretty
also
sick.
have number 38
I
with
like the power
offset
clash
attacks.
idea.
These are a brand new move that essentially function as a sort of counter. When executed correctly against a monster's incoming attack, you will knock them off balance, and it allows you to lead into powerful counters. Think of them like guard points, but they're
That's pretty
during an
cool
attack
too.
animation.
Very sick.
For number 39, let's
I
talk
bet
about
that's
sharpness,
satisfying.
because now as the animation plays, each scrape of the blade will actually regain some sharpness for you. So you don't need to complete the entire thing to gain your sharpness back. For number 40, it's good to know about the focus mode, as this is a massive change to how you will play. All weapons will have access to the focus mode by holding L2, which makes it very easy to aim where your hunter is facing and attacking.
That's a good change,
They also
too.
highlight wounds on a monster in red, so you can more easily see where to attack or perform a focus strike, which brings us to number 41. Focus strikes are weapon-specific moves that deal massive damage when you connect it with a wound.
There's definitely some like pretty sick changes in here already.
Charged up with speed, power, and style, Ashani the Electric Ace will shock your stocks in the blink of an eye. Brace yourselves for high voltage, high pressure rushdown playstyle that
looks
rewards
crazy.
expertise. Welcome to the Ashani Character Spotlight. Ashani's whole game plan revolves around her blistering speed and lightning fast attacks. She is great at applying pressure and mixing up the opponent with her versatile movement. Her combo game is strong, with amazing tech chases and brutal spike finishers. Ashani's signature mechanic is called Blink. First, charge batteries by using spark cancels. When performing a special, you can hold down the button and press a direction to teleport a short distance during the startup. Blink is a very versatile tool for extending your reach and finishing your combos with your specials.
Yeah, she looks crazy. She looks like a 10 times more deadlier Mordhau. Not Mordhau. Isn't that his name? Mordhau or someone? Morg? Who's this guy? Isn't he like Mordhau? I think Brawlhalla is the only like true platformer I've played. I don't think my Smash experience counts. I did not play enough Smash. It definitely looks like the best platformer for sure. Like, there's no doubt, based on just the combo routing in general. And from what I've seen, just like right off the rip, like it seems like the Guilty Gear Xrd of platformers is what it looks like to me. Like, when I saw the gameplay for that game, it looked like I was looking at Guilty Gear Xrd, but the platformer version. Rivals is the Street Fighter to Rushdown's Guilty Gear, basically? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it seems that way. Look, I'm doing it backwards, man. Getting crazy with it. I was on an insane combo streak. I ruined it though. I butchered every part of it. Fuck. And most anime fighters, or arena fighters as a whole, are pretty simple. Not that hard to get into. Like, the skill floor is usually not that bad at all. A lot of those anime fighters, though, do make the combos look really, like, satisfying and cool, and, like, they kind of make them look hard, but in actuality, they're pretty easy. Like, the fighting combos in, like, Ninja Storm 4 or, like, even Dragon Ball Z are really easy to do. Like, they're really easy to do. Those games aren't really... There's no arena fighter that's really that combo heavy. Usually the comboing aspect is pretty easy. The Viper was pretty sick. I mean, we did see her again, though. She was in Street Fighter X Tekken. We saw her multiple times. We got her in 4. And we got her in Street Fighter X Tekken. Fucking... Oh my god, fucking Kuma's... Remember the Kuma super art? That shit was fucking funny, man. That shit was fucking funny. Oh, man. Dude, Kuma in that game was a fever dream. Like, that Kuma was so weird. Loved him, though. His crazy eyes, though. Like, he had such a crazy look in that game. Street Fighter X Tekken, though, legitimately was so fucking good. But it was also so bad because they were implementing legitimate pay-to-win features within the game. Like, the game was actually pay-to-win. They had, like, a gem system, and you could, like, gem your gear if you paid money for the DLC. For, like, gems. And there was no way to earn it in-game. I'm, like, 90% sure there was no way to earn it in-game. I thought it was a super fun game, though. Yep. Surely we'll get another one of those. Oh, I didn't even know it was like announced. It was the same day Street Fighter X Tekken was. I'm still waiting for the day they just make a good Storm game again and have the online work as well as Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero. That's all I want, man. But I don't think we're ever getting another Storm game. And the last Storm game we got was Connections, and that game's unplayable. And it just fucking sucks. And the online doesn't even work. Like, if you're a Naruto fan, the Storm games, period, are good. Like, I think the story itself, like playing Storm 4, if you play this, if you know the story for like Naruto at all, you know, then it's really fucking good. But if you don't really care for like any of Naruto's story, like whatsoever, like just like you don't like it at all, then I could see that being a thing. The Storm, at least Naruto's Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 at the very least, like that game is the pinnacle of like Naruto games for sure. Like the story's good and combat's good and character fantasy's good and the story was really good though. Like playing the story within the game is very cinematic. Best way to say it. Gameplay is just very cinematic. I don't think I played the Bleach anime game. Oh, there's a new one coming out. Okay. I didn't watch that much Bleach. I've seen only a little bit of it. I always thought it was pretty cool though. I think there's an Anthro character in that too. Isn't there like a dogman? Yeah, that's the guy. That looks cool. Who's making it? Is it CyberConnect? Because if it's CyberConnect, we're not getting rollback to GG. If it's by the people who made Naruto, basically, do not expect a fully functional product with fully functional online, is what I'm saying. If it's by CyberConnect. A lot of slowdown. That's good. For me, online matters a shit ton because fighting bots in any game, it's just not that fun. You know, it's just I'd rather be going against a person, or even like, you know, a party game, even like just having someone over and playing. Like, I would like to have a good gameplay session, you know, or like Steam play if I'm Steam playing someone. Yeah, I just want to be able to play the game online. That's it. That's all I ask for. And for there not to be a 10 frame input lag every single match type of shit, you know? Yeah, but I know it's for fan service, and they usually don't give a shit about like how, like, if the online even works. But a lot of us care, you know. There's a lot of us who do care. Like, even like I just like, even for people who just love Demon Slayer, who love wait, is Demon Slayer the game? Hold on, wait. Demon Slayer? Yeah, Demon Slayer. Like, this game was so fucking fun, but the online was just unplayable. And if I'm facing bots, it's just not as fun, you know? Like, this game's great. It's fantastic. It's like a little party game, a little, hey, you want to do a 1v1 in Demon Slayer, you know, and play our fun characters that we like to play, like whoever our favorite character is in a show type of shit, you know? And just mess around. Like, I want to be able to just do that, and I think a lot of people just want to be able to do that, you know? And have those little matches with their friends. And just have a functioning online game. It's where I can just play the match and there isn't like 20 frames input lag. I mean, Demon Slayer is a lot of fun. It's like a party game. Even Storm 4, amazing party game. But none of the online just works in like any of these games. Like, it's awful in these games. It's really not the issue with most people not caring about the online. It's really an issue with the developers not caring about the online. Like, I really don't believe it's the player's fault for the online not being functionally existent in the game. It's the developers who do not want to put in the time and effort into creating a good online game. Or just a functioning online game. Like, my bare minimum, what I'm asking for is a functioning online game. I just want to be able to play an online match with someone. There not to be 20 frames of input lag. That is all. I just want to have a decent experience online. That's all I ask for. There could be no ranked. There could be no custom matches. At the very least, I just want to be able to play online. That's it. You know? Oh, for Japan. Yeah. Japan, everyone's a lot closer. No, yeah, definitely. They don't have to care that much. Like, absolutely. For that region, at least. He's being spammed out. What the fuck is going on? This guy's not even moving and he's just hitting him with a whole bunch of purple shit. What the fuck is this character? He's broken. He looks pretty cool though. I think I would play him. Both these characters look pretty sick. Oh. 兄様の遠距離攻撃が強い。来た。次の一撃で負けだ。やばい。飛ぶ兄さん。やばい。飛ぶ兄さん。やった。すっごい削られた。すごい飛んだ。わあ、強っ。やったね。兄様強すぎます。兄の勝ちだ。まずはね。Japanese kind of seems easy. Japanese easy to learn. How easy is Japanese to learn? No, I tried. List of languages by difficulty to learn. You'll need approximately 88 weeks, 2,200 hours of practice. Category 4, is that the highest? Is that high? Holy fuck. Oh my god. It's category 4? What about Korean? I've been trying to learn Korean lately. Korean seems harder than Japanese. Okay, they're in the same boat. Dang. Chinese seems obviously very difficult. I don't know that. What is the difference between Chinese Cantonese and Chinese Mandarin? Mandarin versus Cantonese.
有 没有 冇 是 嗨 不是 唔係 美女 靚女 帥哥 靚仔 有 沒有 冇
Cantonese is spoken more. They definitely sound pretty different. Hong Kong Cantonese versus Guangzhou Cantonese. Wait, there's two different what? Huh?
維生素、維他命、停車、泊車、公共汽車、巴士、麵包車、van 仔、電梯、lift、路。
Yeah, I know for the tone, Chinese, you need like a certain tone in your voice to actually like do some of the shit. So yeah, that one seemed hard. I don't know about learning Chinese. I definitely want to learn Korean though. I'm definitely gonna commit on the Korean. I do think Chinese sounds pretty nice though. Like the language itself a little bit. Japanese is very difficult because it's direct opposite of English. It seems like that way. It even seemed that way with like some of the Korean like vowels and stuff. Like some of them.
さあフィールドが変わりました。さあ白夜は覚醒を残してますね。本当だ。やば。いややべえ4も蹴る。すごい。
This game definitely looks a little bit fun. What's that?
切羽詰まって挽回。
Oh, there's more than like one special? Like ultimate special type shit? Oh, is that like the sparking mode in this game?
モンタさんは冷圧技のゲージが溜まってるのでどうすればいいですか LT を押して Y を押していただければ近づけさなんでしょう
この今後の生活がかかっている一戦になってまいりました。
出番が変わる。
やばい、先生夜市なんですね。今日この場で練習した俺とは違うんだよ。めちゃくちゃ卑怯だぞ。
But is Saji in this?
だいぶここまでの戦いで戦線を積んでますから。
I'm sold if Saji's
鬼
here.
ごとやってますから2人でね。あ、入られるんだ。
春歩を使って裏を取るか。
入られる。あれで入られるんだ。
春歩で回り詰めると。
Or Sajin, I mean, not
夜市がすげえ
Saji.
早い。
早いな。範囲攻撃も結構隙があるからタイミング合わせるからかっこいいな演出が。それは。さあ構えろ。おお。行くぞ。こうしましたね。
やべえ、先にやられたな。
I like her design. Her design is definitely pretty sick. Yeah, yellow eyes too. Definitely 10 out of 10 design.
うわー、何これ。おお、かっけ。入りましたね。無益のようだ。下がれ。挽回。してピンチだな、挽回。ちょっと。千本桜影吉。うわ千景千本桜影吉。
いいぞ。
これを受けてなお立っていられるか。
よし。やばい。
手が落ちたな。うまい。おお、すごい。
対同士の戦い。
This is the old PS2 game, huh? Where's this? That looks a little fun. I remember eyeballing this game in the GameStop store, but I never actually got it. That move looked cool. That guy's got a bow. Hey, Butters. Yeah, there's no leak with the characters for Bleach, huh?
You won't be able to. Igeki Kisatsu. Bakudo number 30. Shitsutsansen. No! You will die by my hand.
He's looking pretty sick. That looked cool. Overwhelming amount of tools to something. I forgot what that just said. Play with your opponent. That's what it said. Is this the edgelord character? Where all the edgies go?
Your life is going to end here. Be gone.
I like a little finger bang.
In prison. Murcielago.
That looks pretty cool. That's definitely sick. Yo, I'm gonna be honest though, these trailers they're putting together, they kind of suck. Am I tripping or what? I'm not seeing Sajin. There's no Sajin. Where's my boy? I was trying to see if anyone else looks kind of interesting to me. Ooh, this guy could be cool. The dweeb. Alright, what's the dweeb do? Oh, he's got a bow? I'm sold. Dweeb it is.
Now then, let's begin. Here I come.
No, yeah, I'm definitely playing this character.
I'll get you. What? Run so tender. I won't hold back.
Say relentlessly? Unilaterally? Unilaterally. Unilaterally. Wait. Unilaterally. Unilaterally. Forgot what that word means. Is that like in succession? Like relentlessly? Kinda? Unilaterally. Multiple different options of routes? Is that what that means? Unilaterally. In a unilateral way, okay. in a unilateral manner by means of one part or party. So yeah, different multiple option selects is what that sounds like, right? Unilaterally. Like you have different multiple options to like go and do or some shit. I don't know.
I'll crush you with everything I've got.
This guy's looking kind of sick. This guy's looking really sick.
Let's go.
This guy's looking insane.
What happened? I'll show you no mercy. Daikuren Hyorin Manu.
Alright, do I check anything else out here? Wait, why is there storm connections there? Man, they did nothing with storm connections. All they did was release DLC. Dude, this image looks so weird to me. Like, she's missing her jaw, is she not? Freedom Wars? What's this? Did he have Shinigami eyes?
Long as you live.
Ah yes, Freedom Wars. The seemingly last bastion of the PlayStation Vita is finally moving onwards from Sony's retired handheld.
Vita game.
With the help of Bandai Namco, developer Dimps, partially made up of members of the original development team, is bringing the Monster Hunter style Namco developer Dimps part modern platforms. It became a hit as a Vita exclusive in 2014 for its unique persistent world mechanics and dystopian sci-fi premise that made it more than just something that played off of its influences. And I can tell you
pretty
firsthand
cool,
that there's
actually.
a certain excitement to Freedom Wars Remastered since it's as true to the original release as you could possibly imagine. I had
Yeah,
the
actually
chance to
looks
get
good.
roughly 4 hours of hands-on time with a preview build of Freedom Wars Remastered on PlayStation 5. After spending about an hour with the tutorial to shake off a decade of rust, I jumped back into high-level operations. In the following 3 hours, I cleared several instance missions, hunting massive monster-like machines, and rescuing civilians.
Still breathing.
And unwittingly tacking on extra years to my sentence by acting a fool back in the prison, aka Panopticon, that you call home. If you're not familiar with Freedom Wars, or need a refresher since it's been quite some time, it takes place in a dystopia set in the wardens running forced to fight resources to greater good. You play as a sinner, and by taking on operations and contributing resources to your Panopticon, you shave years off of your 1 million year prison sentence. Aside from sending yourself to instance hunts, there is a story that develops as you get deeper into operations and learn more about your fellow sinners on your prison block, and yet your droid companion who applies disciplinary action, and you earn little bits of freedom as you clear more missions. That includes the androids, which has been done that overall has gone on. The story remains intact in the remaster, exactly as it was in the 2014 release, and that faithfulness
million years,
extends
that's
to the
fucked
gameplay
up.
mechanics, for better and worse. Aside from the control scheme being updated to make more sense for modern gamepads, the gameplay is pretty much one-to-one as I remember it. Lock-on targeting, third-person shooting, melee combos, the thorn system, all of that is unchanged. So if you thought it was janky back then, you'll definitely find it janky now. Don't come in expecting it to be streamlined or revamped to feel like a new release. However, there is a novelty to the way Freedom Wars experimented with unique mechanics and brought it all together in a fully fledged action RPG on Vita. While
Looks
every
too
character
easy,
has a
though.
melee weapon for basic light
It
and
looks
heavy
cool, but
attack
it looks
combos
easy.
and a firearm to take shots from a distance, it's the thorns that made Freedom Wars stand out. Thorns are akin to hook shots or Spider-Man's webs. You can attach these to enemies and slam them on the ground, or zip right onto them to get in melee range. It's also the key to traversal, letting you reach the key to a premier feature that down a beastly out area of effect heals for your party. It's not terribly complex, but there's a beauty in the simplicity, and I still got a kick out of it while playing this remaster. Because this is a faithful remaster, I found the structure of operations, the instance missions that mainly drive the gameplay loop, to be somewhat repetitive. Even at Code 4 operations, which are several hours deep into the story, many of the maps and enemy types are reused. Different missions pop up to add variety, such as hostage rescue, 10 that are suited as there's still an amount of upgrading weapons with materials you gather and handling on what works. Systems behind ranked out having to do direct PvP. Part of the original free that remains intact with the remaster. Traditional multiplayer and co-op was a major part of the original Freedom Wars 2, and it's also being preserved. Although I didn't get to try it out for the preview, the developer said that matchmaking has been revamped to reflect that of modern games, which should be a vast improvement over the original system. Part of me sees Freedom Wars Remastered more as a novelty.
You said there was PvP
to try
too.
it out, part of the original Freedom that remains intact if it was this ongoing multiplayer competition without ranked against rival panel, and the missions they take on would all contribute to its status.
This is PvP,
and you would
too.
be ranked against rival panopticons in perpetuity, as if it was this ongoing multiplayer competition without having to do direct PvP. That remains
mind.
intact with the remaster. Traditional multiplayer and co-op was a major part of the original Freedom Wars 2, that matchmaking system as a perfect across 10 years ago, but faithfully up as you roam around in holes. However, they said it was vain. They're hoping, and while they, which is really an environment and help much, it remains. You'll be able to start on January 10th.
It actually looks pretty fun, like cool little retro game from the Vita.
Ah, finally. The erotic role players have been defeated, the shout spammers are blacklisted, and at last I can get some rest and never have to make an FF14 video again.
Dude.
Okay.
How did I do that? My wave dashing is getting a little bit better, at least. A little bit better. Yeah, getting a lot better at it. Gonna grab water. I'm getting tired of getting that dash up.
I'm gonna need you to clock out for me right now.
Like right now? Right now?
Like right now, right now. I'm gonna need you to clock out for me right now.
Like right now? Right now?
Like right now, right
Alright. I'll play a few matches. I wanted to work on the wave dashing for sure though, because I had no idea how to do it. Don't really want to dive into ranked until I know like all the concepts of the game first too. Like playing decently at least. Not dying 90% of my deaths to falling by myself. Step 1. Controls probably. What was that grab? He's nuts. Not what I wanted wave dash. Help! Holy shit. I need to steal the ledge from him, that's what I need to do. No. I fucked up, I didn't want to do it that way. I think if I stole that ledge, he would have died, huh? Oh. I was gonna steal ledge there too, and I think if I stole a ledge there, he would have downed and killed himself, right? I think since he I think since he grabbed the ledge, that means he would have went down into the pit, I think. So I think you have to be close to the edge on like the other side. He was doing like a down attack. So I think if I grab ledge, he would have just flown straight down, right? Oops.
Acceptable.
Oh my god. The fucking walk ruined me. Alright.
You have been deceived.
Oh, is the keybind V? That's so weird. What am I doing? That kills me. Fuck. Soon. Keep me up. 141. At 145. Oh.
You have been deceived.
Oh my god, the wave. Icons are so good. trying to see what my title was. Awkward. Oh. I can't believe I didn't hit him there though. Wait. I didn't even know I could do that. That was actually so sick. Was that not pretty sick, chat? That's kind of cool. What the fuck? I knocked back his projectile with my cape thing. Am I able to just whack it with any ability? And it just flings back at him? Is this the volleyball character? That's cool. So
You don't deserve power.
I never really played Smash. Like I've tried it. And I used to own it as on the Wii as a kid, and that was pretty much it. Bro, just let me play volleyball, come on. doesn't hit. What the fuck? Bro, his grab is insane. I double hit him because he had a volcano orb out. That's so funny.
You don't deserve power.
DIing in, you could sometimes even sneak in a back air to find an early kill. I would also recommend
How to make clone attack? I think. Alright, no. I just stabbed. Control B. My clone did fantastic. Great job. Just as good as me. Oh, whoa. Okay. Is it only when he's within range? Wait, no, he's... Oh, I just push it once? Not my strong attack, my special button? Oh. kind of crazy. Only while smoke, though. Are you saying the animation's faster when I smoke? Like I get freed faster? Good back.
DIing in, you could sometimes even sneak in a back air to find an early kill. I would also recommend playing neutral by throwing in forward tilts, back airs, or down tilts to maintain and control space. Forward air and up air are also great combo tools since they send the opponent.
What's a forward tilt?
To maintain and control space. Forward air and up air are also great combo tools since they send the opponent at a low knockback, which allows them to connect into themselves or each other very well. Forsburn's throw game is also incredibly connect into themselves or each other very. They send the opponent at a low knockback, which allows them to connect into themselves or each other very well. Forsburn's throw game is also incredibly strong. And also his version of it. Make sure that you remember to special pummel and special get up with Forsburn. His special pummel licks them and puts a cloud of smoke down for free. His special getup is especially cool. He throws a clone of himself and you could choose which side you want to teleport to by holding forward while you throw it. As for his neutral game, Forsburn is particularly strong when you're at a mid-range or under the opponent. His dagger is an incredibly oppressive tool for sharking your opponent and keeping them from landing. I also really like using jab to control the grounded neutral game, as it's a long, fast disjoint that happens to be a great combo tool as well. You can jab one into down tilt, which leads into forward airs or up airs depending on DI. If they are DIing in, you could sometimes even sneak in a back air to find an early kill. I would also recommend playing neutral by throwing in forward tilts, back airs, or down tilts to maintain and control space. Forward air and up air are also great combo tools since they send the opponent at a low knockback, which allows them to connect in.
Yeah, I don't get how forward tilts work. Is that just me going like... I'm playing keyboard mouse. Or keyboard, I mean. Is that how it's supposed to be though? I'm supposed to be able to just go right away, no?
Into themselves or each other.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I figured it out. I'm smart. You see that? See how smart I am? Are you jealous? I'm sorry. I mean, it's advanced tech, man. I gotta make a video on it first, alright? I gotta let the keyboard users in a video know first, okay? I gotta beat you in a few games first, too, you know? Nah, it's just the walk button, though. You walk, and then forward. So I set up a walk bind, because I felt like it was just gonna be useful at some point. Mine's on X. It looks like if you just walk, and then push a direction, it goes out every time. Are there, like, air tilts or something? Is that the only thing I need to know about for the tilts? Just those two moves? Or wait, that one move, I mean? Wait, what's the up tilt? Do I have an up tilt? Isn't that one all fours? Is that my up tilt though? I don't think I have an up tilt. My regular just up J does that though. Oh, okay. So I don't need a tilt on that one. It's my up tilt attack, but I don't need a tilt on that one. Or I guess I do tilt, but I mean... See, the thing is... Wait, is tilting the same in Storm? Tilting is the same on Storm, huh? I don't remember if tilting in Storm was down and then all the way back up, though. Because I thought it was a full motion. I think it's a full motion in the Storm series, right? That's why when I hear tilt, I think I need to go, like, down, up, all the way. Okay, yeah. Tilting in this game is way different. Oh yeah, my up's not set to jump. I play with the spacebar's jump. I feel like it'd be kind of better the other way around though. Like maybe my WASD, like my jump should be on my W. It's good the way I have it now, or the good the other way around? Up to jump is shit? Okay, good, yeah. Figured. Yeah, dude, I ran out of keys. Like, I'm actually out of keys. For, like, every one of my hand, like, fingers, you know? Oh. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier for the, but I'm just... Nah. Like, is it using my shield if I do that? Or is it slower? It's definitely slower than like an actual shield bind, I think. I mean, if you're blocking first, it does give you some room for error. Wave dash, or if you air... Wait. Just air dodge? Oh, yeah, the wave dash, then. Oh, like right there? Like that? Broke my game, what'd you do? You broke it. So you're confirming you did break my game. Okay, I see what you mean when you're like free. So if I teleport into the smoke at any point, I think I can just do it twice, right? Is that wrong? Yeah, so I can twice. Only if one's neutral though, right? Or I guess the first one doesn't have to be neutral, as long as I'm just in smoke, right? As long as I'm just in smoke, huh? Is there an indicator to know if the hitbox is just like in the smoke? Or is it pretty generous? It's probably pretty generous, huh? Like it probably won't fuck up. Yeah, I need to get good at doing the like stabby stab. Little backstab. Why do I keep turning? I want the special on that. Kicks so fast. Can you counter everything, or is it only specials? Okay, it's everything. Never mind. Oh, it reflects projectiles too. Wait, the teleport's silent too when it's in smoke, isn't it? Oh my god. That's actually insane. I didn't realize the teleport was silent in smoke. Cloak doesn't do very much damage. Yeah, I see. Does she only get a certain amount of arrows a match? Like, how do you restock? Oh, yeah. Grab her pummel, okay. Special. He sounds like Aphrodite in Smite. Like her, Okay, so I can get one back. Long animation, though. They fall back down. I used to do that as Hanzo at the start of a match for funsies. You go up to the spawn gate when they're attacking, and you just shoot up arrows at the start when they're about to be passing by. It didn't work every game, but it was a strategy. Sometimes it was possible to get a pick, alright? And for those times, it was worth it. I feel like this character would really be my type of character. The matchup versus Claire though seemed pretty rough. Yeah, Zeta definitely looked easy. Does not everyone have a forward tilt?
Get him, Lily. Get him, Lily. Get him, Lily.
Is that my forward tilt then? Oh, I guess it is on. Yeah, I did.
Rivals of Aether 2.
Have a good night, Waffle.
Wait, Braster's unique mechanic is not only the fact that he has multiple jumps, but he actually has mid-air strong attacks. The trade-off being, of course, that he can no longer perform grounded strong attacks. So to get your kills, you almost have to do them always mid-air. This can make closing out stocks pretty tricky for...
There's not really much to learn in DBZ, it's really simple. Like, it's actually super simple. It's all reactionary. It's just a whole bunch of reactionary things and some few option selects that you need to know about, and you know, it's not that bad and it's really easy. You don't really need to spend that much time on DBZ. Just watch a few videos and retain some of the information for DBZ. Most of it's just reactionary shit. I would just get in the habit of trying to up square like literally everything that comes at you. On the first hit, you know, predicting their first hit, up square. Yeah, if they're behind you, it works, as long as you're not hard CC'd. And even if you're hard CC'd, the hard CC knockdown isn't as long as it may seem. Like, the recovery's kind of fast, but you can up square, like, stuff behind you. Like, there is some, like, some sort of true combo, but you can kind of get out of, like, if there's a gap at all, you can get out and... Well, if you get knocked away, you have two options. You can up square, which costs no meter, by the way, but it's very frame accurate. Like, there's only 4 frames or something. It's really tight. So your option is you can up square for no key, but it's risky. Or you can go for a vanish. I think you can actually possibly go for both. Like an up square vanish, up square and then like pushing vanish afterward, but I usually just go for one. I haven't really tried going for both because I'm not sure if it fucks up the input. But I usually do up square if I'm out of key. But you want to vanish every time they counter. Is there a way to get out of the long-ass fall stun? It depends on if you've already used your recovery. I'm not sure how the recovery actually works, like resetting the recovery. I think it's like a time thing. But you have two options when you're being knocked down and you're in the air. You can up X before you touch the ground to do a dash, and then there's just also the neutral R1 if you want to just get out of fall stun right away while you're in air. And if you're about to hit the ground, always down on the stick. I think it's down X on the stick before you touch the ground, so you don't get in like full hit stun. If you down X before you hit ground, you'll always recover. Yeah, but I think you can kind of spam it for the ground one. Kinda. Not too sure on that one. When you're like ground recovering though, like it's not too bad. And then if people are dashing up on you and with Z-burst, then you're able to sidestep it. There's multiple options you can do. You could also just dash at them too, so you get a dash war off if you want that to happen. And if someone revenges you, they're throwing, just push circle. And every time you think they're gonna revenge for one skill point, just push circle. As long as you're aware of it, they'll never get their revenge off. And then long as you're always aware of when they're gonna try to counter you, get ready to counter back or vanish. Did you see my dash war, Waffle? me upload the other one. It was full bar of ki, a full bar of sparking, and a full bar of actual regular ki. Like, we were both capped on full ki. Yup. To be fair though, there was a way around that. The thing is, in that situation, I could have thrown a fireball before going into the stance, but I didn't know that he was gonna recover fast on that one. He recovered faster by hitting the environment. And I could have CC'd him longer by doing circle. And depending on the distance, so you gotta be thinking, if they're in the air and they're high enough, it's gonna be way more beneficial for you to push circle and end the combo instead of keep vanishing or keep kicking him or even like just leaving it and letting him fly. If you're high enough in the air and you throw him down with circle, that, depending on the distance, will give you enough time to get off one of your abilities for free. So I could have gone into circle as like an option and then seen where the situation was, if I could have. It doesn't always have to go into a full vanish war every time. But there are options you can give the opponent that will lead to a full vanish war. And also, if you're attacking them from behind, they can't vanish war you. But if they get a counter, they can vanish war you, so... And sometimes it is beneficial to just take the knockback if you have your quick recovery to drag and dash forward and instantly recover and just dash at them. Like if you have your recovery and you know you have your recovery by not having auto recovery on and they knock, you just take the knockback. You could throw them off by doing a quick recover into a Z burst. It's all about just knowing a few options in that game, though. I don't think it's really that much time to understand. Like, it's not a lot going on, in my opinion. Just a lot of reactionary stuff. Yeah, playing on leverless does actually suck, though. You do have to... Oh, you can't transform. There might be keybinds there, I don't know. I didn't look up transform binds. I was playing on keyboard though, and I was able to transform. It's just... I'm not sure if you have the same amount of buttons I have. Because you're probably playing on hitbox, I think. And I'm just playing on a regular keyboard, so I don't know. But there should be a transform key button. The thing is, though, you do need buttons for managing your directions, so it's kind of rough. Have a good night. Be right back. Oh shit, he made it. I thought he was goner. down smash look kinda nutty.
Watch out now, the dash attack does hit twice. Watch out where you're floor hugging. Up tilt zone and cover, and now you're both close to each other on Tempest Peaks. It's gonna be very hard to kind of get away from each other.
And here on Tempest, right, we're seeing fully that kind of on his own.
Very scary, but yep, just gonna restart, see what game.
Mid, Taco Cat.
What is that? Why is my character walking?
Too easy.
Where's they can hear that? Wait. Ow. I fucked up.
Too easy.
Don't hold back.
So hot. key.
Each other very well. Forsburn's throw game is also incredibly strong. His down throw allows for a free tech chase, which is an extremely strong tool in this game since every get-up option is mostly reactable. His forward throw is a really good option to check their DI with, since if they hold in on it, you can get a jab which gives you a full combo. His up throw is good for a platform tech chase or simply getting them above you, which is strong because of the juggling potential of his up air and forward air. Lastly, his back throw can kill at high percents and is generally just a good throw for keeping them off stage if your back is facing the edge. Different from Rivals 1, his recovery game is completely overhauled with the addition of his new side B. His side B creates a clone just like before, but by pressing it again you pull the clone back to you, throwing yourself to the wall, which allows you to wall jump and up B. That's not all Forsburn has though. He's able to teleport to the smoke like before and get his up B resource back. This allows for you to throw yourself to the wall, up B into the smoke, and mix up your option with either another up B or landing with a move. You can even use your full charge to make a field of smoke for you to teleport in as a last resort. There's so much creativity to be had in Forsburn's recovery, so try to be creative with it. Overall, Forsburn is an extremely tricky character to play as and against. With all these tips and tricks at your disposal, you'll be able to dominate online play day one. Thanks for watching, and make sure to like and subscribe if you learned something. Added to the Rivals of Aether 2 cast so far. Guessing and packs a heavy punch, so it's safe to say that he's going to be very strong in competitive play. Forsburn is an all-rounder, tricky sword fighter, so if you like playing a cautious but aggressive neutral and want to keep your opponent guessing, this is the character for you. Let's start off with the basics. Forsburn has so many great ways to open the opponent up, but his most notable neutral tool is his smoke. When you spawn in, I'd recommend placing down as much smoke as possible, which makes yourself invisible while also allowing you to suck it up 3 times to gain a special powered up move. This is very important to keep in mind while playing Forsburn, because if you have a full charge ready to go, your opponent needs to be extra careful in neutral so that they don't get blown up by a stray hit. Make sure that you remember to special pummel and special get up with Forsburn. His special pummel licks them and puts a cloud of smoke down for free. His special getup is especially cool. He throws a clone of himself and you could choose which side you want to teleport to by holding forward while you throw it. As for his neutral game, Forsburn is particularly strong when you're at a mid-range or under the opponent. His dagger is an incredibly oppressive tool for sharking your opponent and keeping them from landing. I also really like using jab to control the grounded neutral game, as it's a long, fast disjoint that happens to be a great combo tool as well. You can jab one into down tilt, which leads into forward airs or up airs depending on DI. If they are DIing in, you could sometimes even sneak in a back air to find an early kill. I would also recommend playing neutral by throwing in forward tilts, back airs, or down tilts to maintain and control space. Forward air and up air are also great combo tools since they send the opponent at a low knockback, which allows them to connect into themselves or each other very well. Forsburn's throw game is also incredibly strong. His down throw allows for a free tech chase, which is an extremely strong tool in this game.
Web gamer. Yeah, my actuation points keep actually changing. Yeah, but I knew. No. I fucked up.
Acceptable.
No. Not what I wanted to do. I don't think I'm ready for ranked yet, I'm gonna be honest. I died at myself like half my games, to be honest. Like right there. I don't play platformers in general. Oh. Bro, every time I get that clone out, it just insta-does. Let's not talk about it.
Too easy.
No. I didn't want to do that.
You have been deceived.
Instantly put it down. No, dude, he just gets insta-killed every time. It's so annoying. Never get a clone out. Dude. How do I do it again? Okay, I didn't know how to get off, how to jump off the wall. Till now.
Acceptable.
Am I too close to do it that time? Like, do I need to be further? Otherwise, it doesn't work, huh? Wait, that's actually meta. You'll never know. I'm trying to see if I could stay as the further back one. Cannot. Wait, my keybinds are... Am I tripping or my key... Never mind. Oh. What those characters would.
Both of those
I don't know about the beetle.
What?
Horseburn though, definitely. I pushed the wrong button. I don't know how I don't know how people think sparking zero's hard. It ain't that hard.
At last! The bell has tolled on the age of the console.
Okay. Wait, oh, that's a different Power Ranger game. Never mind. I thought that was the old PS2 game for a moment. $374. Nice.
The King of Fighters 2002 Unlimited Match. Target 確認。火力の違い。教えてやる。セランダ。炎よ。
2002 looks pretty sick. '98.
Navi began in 94, and found only in 95. Square places in 60, came to the end in 97. Now it comes, and here we go. AOS, here we go. I think so sounds 1998.
98 version looks sick. King of Fighters 98 actually looked pretty sick.
What is a rival? Is it a powerful enemy? Someone who steals your thunder?
Wait, hold on. I want to see if I play music. Hold on. I want to see if this goes in through YouTube. It does. It does. My keyboard's just not working. I don't know why my keyboard's not working. It's not even working again. Open, I guess.
What is a rival? Is it a powerful enemy?
Can you see the level up rewards anywhere? Probably not, huh? Reconnect. Oh. What the fuck? Yo. It did so much. Looks like Clarence will play on this map. On this mode, I mean.
Get in my way.
Hey, welcome, Angry. Being juggled everywhere. I'm so lucky I had smoke there. I'm being bullied.
Don't get in my way.
Maybe I go this character. To like the level rewards. He's a lot. But he died. Why am I so bad at platformers? I need to learn him at some point, though. I'm missing double. What the fuck? What's going on? How'd you do that? No. Fuck, man. Don't tell me we both died to that, man. Where am I? Okay, now I'm dead. Oh. I only got 220 XP for a win. Pretty sure I get more XP from solos. I don't think it was a win, that's why. Never mind. I think you need the most kills on. that killed. I fucked up. Okay, yeah, so getting a character to level 2 at least is good for the aether bucks. I'm probably gonna do that. Is that a grab? What the? I can't believe it. No, I'm throwing. Why is everyone so good at this game then?
That's a wrap.
I don't know anything about this character. I can go. Never mind. Wait, that move's nuts. countering. Wait, is my counter something else? How does my counter work on this character? The same? Like no lobbies going on. What is going on? What is going on? Crag main lobby. Everyone picks up a rock right off the bat. Man, I need another rock. Wait. can turn me into a cube. care what these rock made. Wait, what the fuck? The ledge denied though with the fucking pillar, is that a thing?
Single Shift Directional Influence, or SSDI, is the term for teleporting your character a short distance after hit lag. To SSDI, flick either the sticks during hit lag, or rotate your stick 45 degrees. When hit lag ends, you'll teleport a short distance. SSDI can help you escape combos, and it's especially good for teching against a wall. Smash players know this mechanic as Smash DI, SDI, or hit stun shuffling. Rivals 2 implements SSDI slightly differently from how SDI works in Smash. In the Super Smash Bros. Series, SDI can be done on every frame, which means you can wiggle your stick to get multiple SDI inputs. In Rivals 2, however, SSDI can only be done once during hit lag, which discourages mashing, and the teleport happens after hit lag ends. Rivals 1 didn't actually have SSDI, and it was only added to Rivals 2 in the Maybacker beta. However, both games have always had ASDI. Automatic Shift DI, or ASDI, is a weaker form of SSDI. While SSDI requires precise timing, you only need to hold the direction until hit lag ends to ASDI. It only goes half as far as SSDI, but it's still useful for escaping rapid multi-hit moves, such as Detterburn's up special. When you SSDI, ASDI is also applied. They're actually added together. ASDI is the reason why crouch canceling works. During a hit lag, players can hold down to ASDI toward the floor. If the attack is weak enough, you'll snap to the floor and take half as much hit stun. This allows you to act much faster than you normally would, giving you a chance to counterattack. If you take enough knockback to go into tumble, then you'll end up in the knockdown state on the floor, giving you a chance to tech, get up attack, or roll away. But wait, there was no crouching in any of those examples. Why is it called crouch canceling? Crouch canceling, or CC, sometimes called true CC, is actually its own separate mechanic. If you're hit during your crouching animation, you take less knockback. In Rivals 2, you take 20% less knockback. What most people usually mean when they say crouch cancel is actually just ASDI down. They aren't the same thing, but they work together to help you stick to the floor. Calling that technique crouch canceling is actually a little bit misleading, so we just call it floor hugging. Floor hugging stops working once you take enough vertical knockback so that ASDI down doesn't teleport you far enough to snap back to the ground. Crouch canceling allows you to reduce the knockback you take so that floor hugging works for even longer. Combined with DI, you can survive until absurdly high percents. Crouch canceling is actually far stronger in Melee MP+. In those games, you take 33% less knockback and hit lag. And when you floor hug, you only go through 4 frames of landing lag before you can act. Compare this to Rivals 2, where crouch canceling is only a 20% knockback reduction, and floor hugging only cuts hit stun in half. Floor hugging in Melee MP+ is super good, but doesn't feel as OP as it does in the Rivals 2 beta. What gives? Rivals 2 is a platform fighter with a lot of weak attacks. Many characters have aerials and tilts that don't send very far, even at high percents. While this is great for combos, it means that you're going to have a harder time breaking through floor hugging, and by extension, CC. Certain characters that rely on fast and weak moves to string together long combos, like Rano, have a much harder time breaking CC. For example, in this patch against Zetterburn, Rano's down tilt doesn't break through ASDI down until around 75%. As for CC, it doesn't break through that until over 130%. And even then, it doesn't actually force a pop-up until almost 170%. Raster has similar issues. All of his tilt aerials are designed to be weak combo tools and struggle to break through floor hugging. Even Loxodon, the elephant with a giant axe for a weapon, can struggle against floor hugging too. His up air and forward air have pretty weak hitboxes attached to them, and the first hit of his forward tilt is always floor huggable no matter the percent. In Rivals of Aether, having weak moves wasn't an issue because floor hugging didn't really exist the way it does in Rivals 2. Crouch canceling existed, but you could only floor hug against extremely weak moves like projectiles. Having weak moves with low base knockback and low knockback scaling made a lot of sense for that engine. But in the transition to Rivals 2, characters' movesets have stayed pretty much the same. The same combo tools are now countered by holding down. Look at Zetterburn's dash attack, for example. In Rivals of Aether, landing a dash attack would always pop your opponent up, giving you an opportunity to confirm it into up smash. But in Rivals 2, Zetter's dash attack is susceptible to being floor hugged for a long time. Reason number 2. The knockback threshold for Tumble is too high. When a character takes enough knockback, they get put into an animation called Tumble. In this animation, if you collide with the ground, you get put into a knockdown state. You can avoid this knockdown state by teching. In an effort to reduce the strength of tech chasing, the devs raised the tumble threshold from 25 to 30 in the May beta. This meant you needed to take more knockback to get sent into tumble. As small as that change sounds, it actually had a significant impact on floor hugging, resulting in more scenarios where you could floor hug an attack without being knocked down. The third reason is that crouch canceling is active on frame 1 of crouching. Although crouch canceling can't be done during any other animation, like attacks, tech rolls, or wave dashes, crouch canceling takes effect from the very first frame that you start crouching. Sometimes, you can crouch cancel in reaction, like during a jab combo. This can feel really bad for the offensive player. There isn't really any commitment to crouch canceling because it happens so fast, it's on frame 1. So a quick fix for this could be to increase the startup time by a few frames just so it's not instant. The fourth reason is that ASDI might be too strong. As a reminder, floor hugging stops working once ASDI can't teleport you far enough to get back to the ground.
I kind of like that it's frame 1.
ASDI teleports you gets produced,
Kind of feel like it should be nerfed in a different way.
However, traditionally ASDI has been exactly half as strong as SSDI, so if ASDI gets nerfed, then SSDI will as well. It'll be tricky to balance. All of these reasons make floor hugging very good in Rivals 2, But I've got one more reason that's really more of a theory, and that's the ground collision detection system. Take this one with a grain of salt because this is a little bit of a weird theory. I've noticed from my time playing that characters seem to collide with the ground from relatively high up. Let me show you what I mean by that. If I air dodge into the ground in Melee, you can see that my character model actually clips a little bit into the ground before landing. But in Rivals 2, there's a huge difference. If I air dodge into the ground, I snap to it from a much higher height. The same thing happens with Tumble. Look at the difference between how high a character touches the ground in Melee versus Rivals 2. This is probably what makes movement feel so smooth in Rivals 2. It's easier to snap to the floor, making things like wave landing much more lenient. My theory is that this also affects floor hugging. You might be able to ASDI or SSDI into the floor from pretty high up, and I think I've noticed a couple situations where this has happened already. Regardless, this brings me to my final and most important reason why floor hugging feels OP. Skill issue. That's right, you heard me. I think that we're all just really bad at playing around floor hugging. It's really easy to learn how to do, and pretty hard to learn how to play against. Especially for those of you coming from Rivals 1 where there were a lot less defensive options, it can be really unintuitive. I hit the opponent, but I got punished for it. Doesn't exactly seem fair on paper. But as an experienced top-level P+ player, I've actually come to appreciate crouch canceling and floor hugging as a balancing tool against mindless, spammy offense. Or maybe I just have Stockholm Syndrome. I just spent all this time explaining why floor hugging is OP, but now I'm here to tell you that floor hugging is a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like kind of a good thing to me.
Rivals of Aether was a game designed to be very offense-heavy.
Although he's making it sound really strong.
Throwing attacks at you
I don't know how strong it is.
Or to hard read with a parry.
It seems really strong.
Getting out of the way was usually
this
the
game
better and
seems
safer
really
option.
combo heavy compared
While
to the
having
Furries.
quick, safe moves that are hard to punish sounds great for offensive players, it can actually lead to highly defensive gameplay at a top level. As a result, characters that were fast and had quick attacks were very strong. The devs actually introduced whiff lag to Rivals 1, additional lag when an attack missed. This gave slower characters a chance to deal with faster characters and frame data without ruining existing combo trees. Just read what Dan Farnese himself said.
Good idea.
The issue we had with Rivals being tuned toward aggression is that fast buttons became king. Maple and other characters could just spam attacks in neutral and use their speed to weave out a punishment. It's why we ended up adding whiff lag. More lag when you miss an attack. Rivals 2 doesn't have any whiff lag, which I think is great for muscle memory. To deal with spammy gameplay though, Rivals 2 borrowed shields and floor hugging as mechanics from other platform fighters, and I think this can actually make Rivals 2 more aggressive. How does adding defense make the game more offensive, you ask?
This game looks more aggressive,
you
though.
see, you can
In
use
general,
shielding and
like,
crouching to force
seems
your
like it
opponent
should
to
be
make
that way.
mistakes. By running up with a shield, you can
I
trick
like
your
how it's
opponent
more
into
like
hitting your shield,
Xrd
or you can crouch
of
at low percents and get a
platformers,
punish
pretty
off of
much.
CC. But shields would be pretty broken if they didn't have a counter. Rivals 2 not only introduced shields, but also grabs, completing the rock, paper, scissors gameplay that's pretty common across fighting games. Attacks beat grabs, shields beat attacks, and grabs beat shields. It's a great dynamic that has made fighting games interesting for decades. Floor hugging is just a different kind of blocking. It still loses to grabs. Being in the lead at a low percent can be scary for the opponent and gives you the opportunity to rush at them. Or if you've just lost a stock and now you're behind, you've regained your ability to floor hug and now it serves as a comeback mechanic. Although unintuitive, floor hugging isn't impossible to beat. Playing around it requires you to carefully think about when, where, and why you're throwing out attacks. As I just mentioned earlier, grabs beat floor hugging and CC. Tech chasing with grabs is a really strong option at low percents. Besides that, every character has their own tools to break through floor hugs, although those tools may not be obvious. All attacks that spike or send downward will beat floor hugging. When hit by a spike, instead of snapping to the floor, you'll go through a long hit stun animation called flinch. At high enough percents, you can still floor hug to prevent yourself from being popped up, but you won't get the chance to counterattack. This doesn't just apply to the obvious spikes like Maple's forward air or Loxodon's down air. Even Zetterburn's nair, which sends opponents the direction he's currently traveling, can break through floor hugs too. Just because a move is too weak to break through floor hugs, it doesn't mean it can't be used. Learning to space your moves so that you can't be punished, even on hit, is an important skill that you should be learning even if crouch canceling wasn't in the game. The same spacing that keeps you safe against shields also keeps you safe against floor hugs. If Clarion down tilts an opponent that's too close to her, she can get punished. But if she spaces it well, it's much harder or even impossible to punish her. Just like how you can bait an opponent into whiffing a shield grab, you can bait CC from an opponent and then punish them for it. Some characters have strong aerials that break through CC early, or attacks that simply ignore it altogether. Be smart about what moves you're throwing out. You can't just run at an opponent and expect to win with brute force in Rivals 2. But with well-planned gameplay, floor hugs are no problem. Despite all my criticisms, I think that floor hugging and crouch canceling actually add a good amount of depth to Rivals 2. I'm not in love with the mechanic, but it can make for some interesting gameplay dynamics and also lead to some pretty clutch moments. After years of using and playing against it in Melee and P+, I think that Rivals 2 is probably the better game with it than without it. It's just overtuned at the moment. The devs are already aware of how strong floor hugging was in this patch, and are already trying out changes to reduce how good it is.
But overall, like, I like the idea of it.
A lower tumble threshold, making crouch cancel only active during the full crouch and not during startup, weaker SSDI and ASDI, making multi-hit moves resistant to floor hugging, and disabling floor hugging if you were hit while airborne. I think all of these are great changes that are going to make floor hugging less obnoxious to play against, while making crouch cancel only active during the full crouch and not during startup, weaker SSDI and ASDI, making multi-hit moves resistant to floor hugging, and disabling floor hugging if you were hit while airborne. I think all of these are great changes that are going to make floor hugging less obnoxious to play against, but still reward players for being intentional about using it. Personally, I would like to see some sort of visual indicator, or maybe an audio cue.
I like that
that's
it's
part of the
frame
reason
one.
why floor hugging is so unintuitive to play against. It's really hard to see when it happens. I'm glad to see that the devs are taking steps to address this, but I'm also not surprised because, once again, Rivals 2 is still in beta. The devs are carefully listening to our feedback and adjusting gameplay in response, but they're not going to get it right every time. Part of the reason why floor hugging was so good in this patch is because they tried to make tech chasing less common, and this was one of the side effects. Game balance is pretty fickle, and that's why we're playtesting it. One more thing, I've actually seen a few comments completely writing off the game already just because it's not replicating Rivals of Aether 1-to-1. Despite its similarities to the first game,
no, it should be
Rivals
a different
2
game.
is very different, and that's
should
its
absolutely
intended
just
design.
be,
It might not be the game that you
completely
hoped it would be, but don't attack the devs just because it's not Rivals of Aether again.
Like, the first
Trust
is
in
still
Aether
there.
Studios to make a brand new game that feels a little bit different than what we're all
This
used
one
to.
should
But
be a
enough
different
negativity.
game.
Rivals 2 has left an incredible impression on me so far, and I'm super excited about the game. I think that Rivals 2 is going to be the best platform fighter, period, but it's only going to be that way with your feedback. If you have access to the beta already, then make sure to playtest and leave your feedback. And if you don't have access, well, you can still kickstart the game right now and get access to the next beta.
It's 3 months old. That was a good video though. It was like really in depth. That was his only video in since like 8 years. Is that good?
And handheld at the same time on the Death of a Game series, a series where we take the largest contributing factors to a particular game or company, or in this special case, for the first time, a console's death, and through the navigation of a timeline filled with clues and bits of evidence, we reach the final deduction at the end of the video, where we solve the case finally. You know, every detective's special moment. Grab your old Vitas, and if you sold yours like I did when things were getting bad, we can just pick our Vitas up in spirit. It's one of the most misunderstood consoles, and its management is very likely a case of mishandling, more so than the market rejecting it. Let's get to the case. I would like to welcome this video's sponsor, Fume. What is Fume? Fume is an award-winning flavored air device. You grab your Fume device, insert your flavor, and the Fume device draws flavor to your mouth. Fume can fill a void ditching a bad habit can leave, because it gives you something to still reach for that's not actually a vape. That's right, there's no vapor. You can use it anywhere. There's no nicotine either, so it's not addictive, and it has non-toxic flavors. It really is a guilt-free alternative. There's no batteries in the device, so you'll never need to charge it, and it looks cool. You can feel the weighted, high-quality design just by looking at it. And best of all, for people like me who are pretty ADD, it's made to be fidgeted with, calms anxiety with magnets, snaps and clicks, and allows you to adjust the airflow dial into your mic and makes a satisfying sound when you do it. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code NERDSLAYER to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory to your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel, and it's chewable for those who love to fidget, and it's reusable as well. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use code NERDSLAYER or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. The story begins back in July 2009. Eurogamer would report they were in possession of some new specs for an upcoming all-new PlayStation Portable, and it wasn't the PSP Go, it was a true successor. Sony, when reached for comment, would choose not to. Speculation would then swirl over one of the biggest complaints of the previous console handheld, the PSP, and its lack of a second analog stick. The PSP. Let's talk about it a bit. The PlayStation Portable launched in March of 2005, and the PSP, despite being a Sony-branded product, was an unlikely hero of a sort.
Ridge Racer! Remember that one?
Not only was it Sony's first handheld, an answer to the growing market dominated by their neighbor, Nintendo, it was always treated like the little brother, not taken seriously simply because the DS sold so freaking well. For reference, at 154 million units sold, that's nearly double the sales of the PSP. But 80 million in sales was nothing to scoff at, and it clearly gave Sony the confidence to keep going. More importantly, at least to me, wasn't that the PSP didn't just sell well, it was incredibly well received by even the elitists of the gamers. So Sony had the support of the turbo gamers like myself ready to purchase their next handheld, and that means they had a consistent, loyal audience, theoretically, ready to purchase more and more products, as they placed their belief and trust in that next Sony handheld console. The next Sony handheld console, still unnamed, would be privately revealed at a Sony meeting during the Tokyo Game Show in 2010. In fact, from this time up until launch, many prevalent rumors would arise, some being constituted with actual photos and proof, and others being kind of a legendary what-if scenario. For starters, the next PSP handheld was actually supposed to mimic the PSP Go originally, which was a later PSP version, which was almost like a T-Mobile Sidekick PSP. The biggest issues with the console were overheating issues, which actually led to Sony abandoning the design as their future model prototype, and the handheld lacked an actual disc UMD support. The confusing thing about this desire to keep the PSP Go version alive in some new form was that the console didn't even sell well in the first place. In fact, it was a variant that struggled to sell, and I only know of one person, though I know it's an anecdote, that even had one. The Vita, as many of you can probably intuit, does seem to have many of the PSP Go-like features, and ironically, they were the ones that people didn't really even like the first time around. One of those major issues was, despite the new PSP being a more modern console, would be that it would lack the UMD/disk drive support as well, and ultimately lack the much requested HDMI that would allow for it to be connected to a TV. Reportedly, a PSP 2 with a HDMI port existed, but never made it to full production. EA would admit by November of 2010 that the new console existed, but they wouldn't give any details, despite Sony still continuing to deny the rumors at the time. This was a bit of a cat and mouse scenario, where developers, including the big ones like EA, were likely getting contacted by Sony about the existence of the new console, and likely when the arrival of the developer consoles would be for game development. But Sony doesn't want to make the announcement officially, so game companies and those working with them can only acknowledge that they were contacted or that it even existed, and nothing more. Kaz Hirai, Sony Computer Entertainment Kingpin, would announce the next generation Sony console January 2011, codenamed NGP, or Next Generation Portable. Would now feature dual analog sticks, which were much requested, a D-pad, face buttons, a 3G and Wi-Fi option, 6-axis motion controls, an OLED display, and double touchscreens front and back. The NGP was described as somewhere between a PSP and a PS3, which was impressive enough to catch my attention, as were the dual analog sticks. A few months later, Vita, meaning life in Latin, would be announced as the official name of the console. While I wasn't really high on the name, and many people that I knew weren't either, the Vita console wasn't really about that. It was about being a true handheld console, emphasis more so on the console part. Typically, Nintendo handhelds felt kind of low-powered, and that worked historically for them because they were different games. The Vita, though, was like Ferrari or McLaren deciding to make a common car for the first time, and likely that would also come with the same issues and landmines. While most things were smashing ahead with great momentum and effective marketing, I mean, it worked on me. By November 2011, just months before the worldwide launch, Sony would reveal two major daggers: the pricing of the Vita and the proprietary memory cards that were required to purchase in order to play games and host data on your device. 250 buckaroos for the Wi-Fi version of the Vita, and 300 for the network version, which would only be partnered with AT&T, which was kind of another potential issue. The memory cards would cost anywhere from $30 for the 4GB version and $120 for the 32GB version. Now, because they aren't able to load the games onto the disc, which have their own storage space, Sony not only decided to go with memory cards as an approach, they decided to make their own special memory card, which was expensive and only worked on the Vita. So storage and pricing was going to be a serious issue, and it was. For a poor straight out of high school kid like me, it definitely was. This unfortunately though would make PS Vita the most expensive handheld ever, and by far one of the most expensive console purchases. Theoretically, you would have to pay $250 for the cheapest unit, around $60 for storage that would actually be enough, another $50 per game in whatever game that you wanted, let's say 2 to 3 games, making $460 be your buy-in price, which is quite steep compared to the DS in 2004's $150 price, and later the 3DS at $250. Sony making their console the most expensive was sort of expected with the specs of the console, but the issue being how much tech was being included that wasn't really even wanted or needed, that could be potentially inflating the price. And pricing themselves out of the market was going to only continue to cause them more and more issues, even if they would price slash later on. The Vita would launch in Japan December 17th, 2011, and would come out of the gate swinging, managing to launch with 25 titles and sell 300,000 units the first week, including Uncharted Golden Abyss, which would become the console's best-selling game and best-received one at that, as well as 3 other major titles: Wipeout 2048, Rayman, and FIFA 12. In a shocking turn of events, however, despite having an initially strong launch, just 1 week after the console's launch, the sales would falter to a mere 78,000, and then 12,000 in the following weeks. Now let's talk about the full specs of the Vita, an important new segment to the show, but will be a regular of the console episodes. The CPU in the Vita was an ARM Cortex-A9 4-core processor, and the Vita, for the time, featured a quality GPU better than any other mobile device. The video memory was an impressive 512 megabytes, and the video RAM was 128 megabytes. This would actually allow for cross-game communication, aka party chat. The console did run a little large though, even for my giant hands, at 18 centimeters wide, 8 centimeters tall, and 1.7 centimeters thick. Big boy. The screen was an impressive OLED 16:9 display, 5 inches diagonally, 960 by 544 resolution, 16 million colors, and a multi-touch screen. The rear part of the console, as I already mentioned, was another touchpad, where you can tell that Sony wanted to compete with mobile devices, which kind of ended up being a problematic aspect. Well, despite literally selling a network version that cost an extra $30 of a data plan, and they also allowed for SIM cards to be inserted and installed, was the dual camera that the console featured. This was actually pretty innovative for the time. You might think I'm done with the features. I'm not. That's how stacked the Vita was spec-wise. It also had motion controls, a built-in GPS and 3G, stereo speakers, Bluetooth, and a microphone. Now, many of you are probably thinking, wow, that seems like a little bit of overkill. But I think that Sony kind of wanted to compete secretly with mobile devices. And I don't know entirely why. Despite having a lot of money and influence in the tech and appliances world elsewhere, they didn't really have the best mobile track record. I mean, I would wager that most of you didn't even know that Sony made phones. Maybe feeling their mobile ventures weren't good enough and trying to find a way to connect those things in a way kind of led to this?
Games, phone.
Or putting too much trust in the mobile market, unseating the console handheld market. Whatever the Sony reasons, they likely stacked their console a bit too much and thus made it not priced very competitively. This makes it quite the cool console in modern times and even in retrospect, as the console was so stacked because it wasn't competitive, if that makes sense. Thank you for supporting the channel through watching, liking, and commenting on videos. You can also support the channel by joining the YouTube memberships, making a donation, or joining our channel Patreon. This allows us to continue to make content that we desire to make without having to focus too much on what's popular and trendy to follow the algorithm. The Vita would launch in the US and beyond February 15th, 2012 and on. The first week, the Vita would sell an impressive 200,000, but then only transitioned to 50,000 units a month. By the end of February 2012, the Vita had already sold 1.2 million units, which seemed impressive. However, it was heavily stalling, and Sony even pulled its individual breakout numbers and combined it with the PSP sales going forward, which is corporate lingo for, well, it wasn't doing that well. IGN's review of the console is a great example of the perils of trusting media for console reviews. I know, more of me being a meanie head to traditional media, but hear me out. Media outlets don't have to pay for the console, which makes the PS Vita's greatest complaint essentially void. It's not just IGN who does it naturally either. I just use them as an example, an easy one. But that means that the reviews aren't really about informing the market nearly as much as you would think. Read through the reviews yourself to see, and the IGN review is glowing about many features the console possessed, a 5-hour battery life, a beautiful touchscreen, and more. However, regarding cost, they only seem to acknowledge the more obvious, which is that the network data plans for the Vita are overpriced and just not worth the value. This means that the critical reception for the Vita is a bit misleading, because what use is a glowing review and a bunch of glowing reviews about the features of the console if most people can't even afford the console or just aren't willing to buy it? Sony would recognize the Vita's faults post-launch and within a year would launch a follow-up version, dubbed the PS Vita version 2000 in 2013. IGN would review the new console and form their conclusions as such. With cheaper hardware, the new PS Vita may seem like a regression for the platform, but it could be the key to its survival. The new design makes it more portable, more comfortable to use, and while the LCD display isn't quite as nice as the original OLED, it yields better battery life. Most importantly, it allows Sony to be competitive and flexible on price, which may make the system more accessible to a broader audience. And with features like remote play and cross-platform purchases, the PS Vita is quickly becoming an appealing companion to the PS4. This was quite apropos, though I don't know how much of it made fans of the console excited that much. Most of us had already purchased the early console and bought into essentially that business model that was already being pivoted off of. It was, as IGN stated, necessary for the console to find success abroad. However, to coincide with the new console version would also be the dropping of the price to $200. Behind the scenes, Sony had even patented a HDMI and USB port version, something that the Vita lacked both of, by the way, which would allow for the console to be played on a TV and actually be the companion console proper that IGN hints at the end. But this is where things get a bit zany, to say the least. Sony, likely recognizing the stalling success of their new console, would start finding ways to connect and combine the console and its features to their upcoming major platform, the PS4. The idea for Sony was that you could use the PS Vita as a controller for the PS4, and maybe even have some special controller interactions from such like the Wii U. The Vita would also allow you to play some PS4 games remotely. At least, that was the plan.
Yeah, that was cool.
The idea was cool, but half-baked, and you could tell that Sony was changing gears almost last second to make it work there. But having a $200 controller, remote play or not, might not exactly be what the market was asking for.
Remote play
Coming
was
as a critical dagger to the potential
rolled out.
success of the PS Vita was the news, August 23rd, 2013, that the Monster Hunter franchise would not be coming to the Vita anytime soon, and their focus would be on Nintendo DS instead. That meant that not only did their competitor, the DS, gain another major title, they gained the PS Portable's best-selling franchise historically up to that point. And as many of you know, Monster Hunter would then go on to be quite a bit more successful as well. The PS Vita losing their flagship portable hit, Monster Hunter, was a crucial blow to the platform. Because by the end of 2013, the PS Vita had only sold 4 million units, only continuing to stall. This was despite the major success of one of the best-selling titles, and the best-rated title, Persona 4 Golden. Persona 4 Golden is awesome on the Vita, and was rated the best place to play the game. It's where I played P4 Golden and why I got my
It looks
Vita
pretty smooth
initially.
already.
The issue being, despite exclusive titles for the time like Persona 4 Golden, many of the other best-selling titles were kind of the best-selling titles because of their large existing IPs and being spin-off titles, like Uncharted Golden Abyss, Assassin's Creed Liberation, COD Black Ops Declassified, Minecraft later on Vita, Killzone, Need for Speed Most Wanted, and the Final Fantasy X and X-2 Remastered. The most unique and best-selling PS Vita games are Persona 4, Tearaway, and Little Big Planet on Vita. And yes, 2 of those are already existing IPs, but offered more unique offerings on the Vita that made them more exclusive. Especially P4, which took many years to come to other consoles. So the Vita had some hits, it just didn't have very many of the major ones, and most of the best-selling titles were kind of spin-off title slop. which makes the console catalog just that much more forgettable even if they were fun games. Worse, it lacked proper confidence in it as a good platform, especially when developers were having to choose between the PS4 and the PS Vita, or the Vita over the DS. These were hard choices in both cases, and likely ones that wouldn't have paid off nearly as much, success or not. The PS4 would launch in November 2013 and greatly smash its competitor, the Xbox One, which would then become a trend. The PS4 launch was great, and I'm not really going to talk so much about it besides just remarking about it in that sense. People knew ahead of time that both consoles were going to come out though, and very likely were having to make a decision on which one they wanted to purchase. Alongside the PS4 launch would be a little-known console,
360 was the last
Vita
Microsoft
variant,
good
probably
console.
the one that was patented behind the scenes, dubbed the PlayStation Vita TV. The Vita TV was essentially a pared down, even more so, version of the Vita, akin to almost like the docking station of the Nintendo Switch without needing the console component. This would allow Vita games to be played on the TV, but not all of them. Unfortunately, only 60% of them could be played due to the need of Vita motion and touch controls in the other games. And although it was effectively a cheap Vita alternative, for those who already owned a Vita, you had to purchase another $100 console to play the Vita on your TV. And on top of that, it launched the same time as the PS4, which kind of doomed it in the marketing cycle and also made it a quite expensive accessory console of sort. It's at this point that Sony starts to pivot the Vita more into what seems like a remote play console for the PS4 instead, which angers a lot of Vita fans, as you would have to repurchase the games on PS4 to play them anyway. And they didn't buy the console just to be a remote play one for the PS4. They wanted it to be its own unique console as well. 2 years later, and the PS Vita would receive only 2 more titles that would make its top 20 best rated list, meaning that nearly all of its hits were front-loaded. When asked at an EGX dev session, the president of SCE, Shuhei Yoshida, would state that they weren't planning on making a sequel portable console, and that Sony wouldn't be making any more AAA titles for the console period. Sony effectively publicly admitted that they weren't themselves going to support their own console, which likely did very little to dissuade the already apprehensive other developers to choose another platform. The PlayStation Vita TV would be discontinued quietly, and I feel bad for the PlayStation Vita TV. It feels like if you had combined it with the original Vita, you would have had something. You would have had the Nintendo Switch, at least on steroids. By the end of 2015, the Vita would lose nearly all of its major AAA support, but through the efforts of Shahid.mod, would change gears and focus and work to bring more successful JRPGs that hadn't been across the seas yet across the seas, such as the Zero Escape series or Disgaea. Without these lesser-known JRPGs,
Oh my. I realized it was that one.
get in my way.
And titles, the Vita wouldn't have any success to speak of, besides the success of the Minecraft Vita version in 2015. Sony would state publicly and internally in a memo that they would be pivoting to focus on mobile with the founding of the Forward Works company, who was focused on bringing PlayStation-based games to mobile devices. I didn't really like to see this move personally, not just because they can't decide to just do whatever they want tech-wise at this point, but with their money and influence level, but more so that it felt, yet again, they were choosing not to invest and put faith into their Vita platform by choosing to ride the trends of the time. Worse, the logic that they were using for getting smacked up by Nintendo DS was that mobile devices are just getting too good apparently. Well, Sony, get gooder. Nobody asked you guys to compete with the Nintendo DS and the iPhone. Not that matters could get much worse. Okay, just kidding. They got way worse. The Nintendo Switch launched March 2017, and the rest was history. Any chance I get, I like to point out that the initial reception of the console pre-launch was actually negative, and I was a person pushing back against that negativity. My thoughts were that the Nintendo Switch was basically what Sony wanted to try to do from the very beginning, without any of the same issues like the cost, the catalog, because Nintendo themselves is the one creating a lot of the first-party titles. You get the idea. The Switch would end up selling 143 million units, making it the best-selling Nintendo console ever and the third best of all time. This, for reference, was 138 million more than the PS Vita, which they outsold in their first year in entirety. There wasn't really a competition, certainly not anymore, if there ever even was one, since Nintendo has been outselling everyone on handheld consoles since the early 2000s. The Switch had all the first-party titles people wanted and allowed for group and casual play, attracting the less gamer-centric players too. And while many players like me had criticisms of the power of the system, Nintendo would kind of change the conversation after launching titles like Breath of the Wild, Smash Bros. Ultimate, and more. Just look at how impressive the top title catalog is and how much they were able to sell.
When it launched.
And notice how 9 of the titles on the top 20 list aren't even from the first 2 years either. The PS Vita just didn't have the firepower to keep up with the Switch. The Switch didn't even need to worry about winning hardware-wise with advancing tech, and less of a focus on the bells and whistles either. Another dagger of a reference is, though, that the Switch was charging the same price as the Vita was for the network version at $300, making it the most affordable and innovative console basically ever for what it offered and allowed you to do, aka play it completely handheld as well. The best part is setting the price at that point.
My inputs aren't working. I don't know what's up with this game with the keyboard just not working. Again, I can't. Won't let me. Again. My keyboard's not working for the game anymore. I'm gonna hop off for now, chat. I'll be on later though.